Recording.
Good afternoon, industry leaders. It is our pleasure to welcome everyone to the 43rd Inflection Consumer Durable Supply Chain Innovation Web Conference and Awards 2021, endorsed by the Singapore Institute of Materials and Management, Councils of Supply Chain Professionals, and organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. I am Namrata Kumaya from Team Alden Global Value Advisors and will be the host for the day. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are joined by top supply chain and technology leaders of India to make this conference an exciting communication platform for sharing best practices, the roadmap to the future, and innovative solutions. The conference theme is Smart and Agile Durable Supply Chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, I would like to start with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is Agility at the Heart of Supply Chain. Here I call moderator Mr. Rajesh Sharma from Hamilton Housewares, Abhinav Kaul from Philips, Vipul Agarwal from Havells, Vikash Juneja from Dixon Technologies, Shrishti Gupta from Crompton Reeves, Balaji Reddypalli from Borosil Limited. Ajit, you can start the panel discussion by introduction. Till then, other leaders can give their introduction. Maybe he is facing a technical problem from his side.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all the panelists. I am Vikash Juneja. I am from Dixon Technologies. For me, about my experience, I have almost 15 years work experience in supply chain sourcing, procurement, and international business and business development domain. I am with Dixon from last almost 5 years now. 5 years now. So I have worked with various players, like I worked with Samsung, I worked with Videocon. So that's about me. Thank you.
Thanks, Vikash.
Hi, Ritu.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vipul Agarwal. I work for Havells India Limited, managing the the group supply chain for Havels into the supply chain domain for last 20 plus years, and I look forward for this session, and I'm looking for some good engaging discussion as well as some good questions from the audience also.
Thanks, Vipul. Hi, I'm Shristi Gupta. Currently, I'm working with Crompton. Actually, I have around 10 years of experience in running demand and supply planning, managing the distribution and running the S&OP process in the organization. Since for last 5 years, I'm working with Crompton. Before that, I worked in Whirlpool. So throughout this period, I was associated with consumer durables and had an interaction to look the business through actually end to end. And hence, I would be um, open for discussing and having more interaction in terms of the future supply chain, the outlook which we are looking post-COVID scenario. So yeah, once again, thank you everyone.
Thanks, Vikash, Vipul, and Srishti. My name is Balaji. I head supply chain for Borosil Limited. I have about 25 years odd experience in supply chain. So the major part of my career has been in consumer goods. Started with Cadbury, and then with Britannia, and then with Carlsberg. Last 4 years, I'm with Borosil. I'm quite excited to be part of this eminent panel with Vikash, Vipul, Srishti, and with Rajat Sharma. And I look forward to sharing my insights as well as learning new insights from the wisdom of the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, Namrata, Sandeep, I don't know.
I think maybe one of us should take over as the
I think
Rajat is here. Yeah, Rajat.
Gentlemen, extremely sorry for this. I must say tech debacle on my side, but welcome to the panel. I
think our topic itself is agility, so not an issue. I think we should be ready for this. So I think it's the right start.
Thank you so much, Vipul. So I think I'm probably using what we call as tech mobility now to kind of do the best. So welcome everyone, and warm welcome to all the panelists. Since we've lost time, we will quickly try and make up for it. In the meanwhile, I'm also trying to shift over to my system. But till then, since we've lost some time, let's quickly move on. So looking at agility of supply chains post the COVID era, okay, and I've just had a couple of chats with a couple of them offline, and what we've observed in the past 1.5 years is that supply chains have had to bring in a lot of agility and changes in the past 1.5 years across various frameworks. And let me just put these frameworks across. We said omni-channel. Even if we were not omni-channel prior to the COVID era, post-COVID, all of us are omni-channel. I do not think there's an organization which is not omni-channel now. Now it's upon their supply chains to extract the most value out of this omni-channel. Then consumer preferences changes, right? Near to market changes, market closures, fuel prices, import export, was in chaos in the last 6 months. If any of us are in that domain, so there are multiple layers across which changes have happened. Let's look at a couple of elements out of that. When we look at demand pattern changes, right? There's been a lot of demand which has shifted across channels, across geographies. Let me bring in certain perspectives on that. Srishti, would you want to go ahead on your experiences with how you've managed the demand fluctuation? I mean, Mute yourself.
Shrishti, yours is mute. Yeah, it's on mute, Shrishti.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was talking that. So I think we have all witnessed this very unfortunate pandemic scenario. So first of all, I wish that all of our families are with good health, and those who actually gone through some hard times, they should actually will be back to their lives soon. That I wish. And with that, yeah, since all of us has the hard time, personally as well as professionally, because the entire industry was came under standstill for last March 2020, and then we have couple of those on and off periods wherein we actually had to shut it everything and then ramped up everything. It's like just switching off and switching on the switch, and then we actually had to be that ready. And in that, our demands have also been very fluctuating, since when we actually were into pandemic, everyone went into the conservation mode. So as the customers, so as our channel partners, and hence we as a company also had to be conservative, whereas we also had to be optimistic, because what we have seen is that the post lockdown started opening up, and then we saw that suddenly pent up demand which actually came in the period of last year, I think August, September. That was the period where actually there was a pent up demand in the market, and it was like whatever is there in the shelf was actually uh, selling off. So it was just the time where you actually had to be right in putting up your demand, and then making sure that your backend is ready enough to service that requirement. And that was the period. So it was more on that, if I put it as a, it was very bumpy road for the forecasting. There were few learnings though, that in terms of demand forecasting, you can't only actually rely on your own entire system, your competition. You actually had to think beyond. Like during what we have witnessed, that its demand is not only because of the only customer increase in the customer demand, since there was a vacuum created during lockdown period. There was also demand increased because of due to this turmoil, certain of the players or unorganized players, those were actually not able to withstand that
Right.
COVID disruption. And that was also
True.
one of the insights. So it's not when you are actually going for doing the demand forecasting, you are not only looking into the your customer strength, your penetration in the market. You're also going to look into how your competition is working, how your surrounding has got impacted through this COVID era, and then what are the opportunities, what are the pockets wherein actually you can go. Because now what we have seen is that in during this pandemic period, the other channels, especially the e-com business, has actually took up very fast in the space of consumer durables.
So allow me to
So
barge
earlier
in,
in,
Srishti. What?
yeah.
Because these are some wonderful points that you've brought up. What did you do to manage these sudden spikes of demand?
So actually, what we have gone through is basically what, first of all, that is what, when we actually started seeing the pent up demand, we sat down together and understand. It's just like why doing that five why analysis, that why what is actually causing to actually this pent up demand. So when we actually went first level down, we saw that okay, there could be that that vacuum which was created and the pipeline which dried up. Then we also went down how it is happening, and in the market, even in the market, everybody was growing. So what was the further reason? So then there were further analysis to it, that there could be possibility that the channel partners and everything, since we actually had this vacuum, they will be actually building up the inventories. Then there could be possibility that the other channels the MOR, Ecom, those actually were not very aggressive player in terms of when it comes to consumer durables, especially in the space of electricals. Their share had also started increasing during this period, because that is where the consumer had having the preference to buy now, because you need not to step out of the house, and in your home comfort you can get. So that was one of the channel wherein we saw a very big prospects. Then there were actually possibly, then we saw that spending in the rural market, because what is happening now, since people having this mobility, having lesser mobility constraint, now everyone became very global. So now people are going back to their native place and spending money at those places. So hence even the consumption at the rural market has actually gone up. So now you need to actually increase your penetration, your channels penetration in those markets, and be present wherever this is possible. So that was the reason. And then we, another level, what we found out that there are certain small players, or there in electrical business, there was a good share of having unorganized players, wherein actually they were contributing to good amount of the business. We found out that due to this turmoil, some of them were not actually able to withstand that kind of
And did that
actually
give you a
competence
larger
level.
market share?
So yeah, I would say that Crompton has definitely gained a
Gained
better
from that.
market share. Yeah, so those were the
Super.
insights which we got during this period, and that
Super.
has
So
actually helped us to strengthen our forecasting.
yeah, let me also ask people. I mean, did Havel see demand shift patterns across channels like Christy was mentioning, and what did you do to kind of address and come back quickly on the supply front?
Right, I think as our subject is on agility at the heart of supply chain, and I'll say that this VUCA environment we are in is rightly, well, we need to be, it's the demand of the day to be agile, and otherwise you'll be wiped out of the market. So you can't run the company or organization in silos where each department is working separately, despite having, let's say, all those SNOPs and everything. I think that the time the crisis has come in a way where it is beyond SNOPs also.
Yeah.
So clearly, I think we have reacted, or let's say in a way proactively also worked around. Each order is critical, and how do we have a flexible network to service the demand, rather than trying to prioritize the demand where, let's say, if you have a constrained availability, how you can prioritize the right customer points, where you can manage them, where you can't manage them. Some customers you can let it go in terms of, because there is a constraint. So what is right for the business strategically, tactically, in these kind of times? How do you work closely with the, let's say, the sales system, and quickly sense the demand and trigger the action? How fast you trigger the action is actually critical. And I'll say, along with the agility, you as a Havels, as an organization, has a lot of resilience. So first you need to have the resilience to absorb the shock. Then only you can respond with agility. Agility alone will not work if you don't have the resilience to absorb the shock. So I think,
Yeah, please go ahead.
yeah. So that's what. So basically, I think along with agility, Havels has that kind of resilience, be it the financial strength to manage these kind of shocks. So, and I think as a culture also, before COVID also, India as a country has lot many, let's say, you can say bumpers, or the speed breakers. Whether it is a demonetization, whether it's GST, whether it floods, whether it's NRC, CCA, one or the other time it has come in one state or the other. So we, that way we have a agile mindset in our teams also, and so it is not that this is the COVID is the only place when you have started responding. So there were disruptions before, and the learnings from managing those disruptions, and when this COVID kind of environment has come in, people, it's not come as a shock. It definitely is a certain level of shock, but I think we are much better prepared as a individuals, as a team, in terms of if these kind of things happen, how do we respond, or what should be our immediate action. So
Wonderful.
that is how it is, I'll say.
Super. I think I mean, there's no two ways about how financial strategies have helped organizations sustain and remain resilient over these tough periods. I think there's another important, interesting point you mentioned, Vipul. My ex-boss in Nokia used to say, India, if you've managed India, you can manage the whole of Europe. So India is equivalent to Europe with all its countries put together. Let me pick up this whole thread of e-commerce that we were talking about and demand shift. And Balaji, Borosil has had a fair presence on the e-commerce channel. Did you also witness a demand shift, a demand growth that? And did you have to align the backend supply chains to support the e-commerce channel better?
Yeah. Thanks, Rajat. It was interesting hearing the discussion between you and Srishti and also Vipul. So demand shift certainly. Actually, if I step back and say, all the supply chain wisdom went out of the room. Okay, we were big fans of just in time, no just in time. We are all fans of global supply chain. That is out of the window. So like overnight, everything turned on its head. So and the same happened to the demand as well. So the demand. So first, when COVID fear started, we thought what will happen to our supply. In 2 months, the situation had turned 180 degrees. And then we said, what happened and where is the demand? And we were all wondering what happened to our demand. Okay, having said that, the demand came back. It did not disappear entirely, but it shifted. For example, some channels like modern trade disappeared overnight because obviously we could not go out for a fair amount of time. And then B2C took over big time. Okay. And this was one of the favorite words in supply chain seminars few years back. We all used to talk about omni-channel without fully experiencing what omni-channel is. But now we are all experiencing all our warehouses, all distribution chains, all our omni-channel. We are doing everything. We are doing full truckload. We are doing cargo. We are doing courier. We are doing everything. And for durables, it becomes very challenging because it is not only selling the goods, it is also supporting with your after sales service, ensuring that your spare parts are reached, ensuring that your spare parts supply chain is also working properly. Okay, while we are, for us, it is still not a big part, but still that is a very important thing to take into account. So that is one opportunity. So the back-end supply chain, especially our manufacturing operations, started bouncing back pretty fast actually. The other fallout is we used to talk about GST, pre-GST days about our supply networks. And that presents another opportunity where we need to continuously rejig our networks and say what is the ideal supply network. Yes, to conclude, yes, the demand shift was huge. And then we had to overnight adjust to this whole demand shift. And now we are coming to terms with those and living with the new normal.
I'm completely in alignment with what you were saying, and with these network changes as well as with these network changes and demand shifts that we had to do, I think analytics of data has taken a completely different level, right? So whoever was not even open to analytics is now doing more analytics that they might have done in the last 5 years put together. Because what has been your experience on with Dixon on demand shifts and analytics, and how is it that you've kind of reacted to this whole situation?
Thanks, Rajat. I would say there are plenty of points which all the panelists have covered, and I would like to throw some light on the supply chain. We being as a company who normally do work with all these OEs, basically we work with let's say Samsung, Panasonic, Godrej, and all those big companies. And I would say there are when we this shutdown happened, the lockdown happened, and the post the lockdown, we not even faced a demand jump. We also faced a commodity shortage, and altogether a commodity cycle was getting up. All the raw material cost was getting up. All the freight cost was getting increased domestically, internationally. Then demarcation of between essential goods and non-essential goods was known, which we came into, we noticed during our lockdown situation. Then why pent up demand came up when we and all those things was there. We need to understand, and when we during even the lockdown situation, the first point was we were in very much in touch with the customer, and we were trying to analyze the ground situation, right? Of course, the commodity, the products that people supply to the market is under non-essential product, but still the demand was there. Why? Because let's say I take few examples of the products that we do cater. Let's say, for example, LED TV, for example, this washing machine, for example, this LED lighting stuff. So even though say some of the products may considered as a luxury product, but now it is not actually. It is again a part of the essential product. But yes, when we talk about in categorization, it was a non-essential product. But of course, demand was there. When we opened up, we even saw it very practically. The smaller players who did not have strength, who did not have strength to face the agility of the market, of the situation, who wiped off from the market actually. So that was the one situation that we learned it. Who has the muscle power with respect to the financial, who has the muscle power with respect to the resources. Those are the players who only survive. Yes, bigger players grew little more bigger, and smaller players did not have strength. They even though some of the players I have watched, they shut down their operations because of the financial crunch and all those things. So that's a sad part for them, but that's the ground reality, I would say, in that sense. So I come to the one very interesting point, and when we talk about supply chain, we understood it's not only the bigger trucks, bigger logistics movement will only play a role. The small trucks, which will go to the rural area, can cater those demands. And I would say there was few incidents, not few, many incidents because during the COVID time, the demand was catering to under the shutter. Means like even the COVID was there, local authority used to play a very big role in that. That's the ground reality I'm talking about. Of course, it cannot be seen on the news, but that was the ground reality. So, the one best you need to get in touch with your customers. You take on those feedback, those ground reality feedback. You need to redraw our supply chain. And fortunately, as an organization, also we grew much, almost 40% from on year in terms of our revenue also, and it was a fantastic year though. Some companies faced it because of the supply chain agility. We managed it and grew it in a very good share.
I think you mentioned these two very interesting aspects about risk assessments and sustainability assessments that we did across our vendor chains, across our partners, and we realized that at some point of time, the capability of the partners to sustain themselves is an important capability over long term. Now, since we are talking about the long term, and Srishti probably is a little short of time, let's get her back in. Srishti, what is it in long term that you really had to respond to? And how did you guys respond to that?
So actually, when we actually started anticipating this pent up demand, so the bigger challenge which we had is that because then the season opening up started during the period of August September, which is basically a comparatively leaner period for us. So and during that period when we were admitting the peak requirement which we used to get during the season, so for us the bigger challenge was to actually prepare, considering that pent up demand and how sustainable it is going to be during our seasonal period, how it would look like within a year window, within 2 years window, within 5 years window, because that will trigger us to actually take the decisions whether it has to be tactical approach wherein we actually need to go for the tactical capacity ramp up, or we actually had to think a bigger perspective wherein we actually had to go for like 5 years or 10 years.
You went on mute.
To service kind of tactical as well as the long-term requirement, because we can't ignore, if even if I'm choosing to go ahead with long-term requirement, I actually had to fix this tactical demand as well, because I cannot afford to lose that opportunity which is coming in my way.
So let me also
So we,
ask you one more, a little narrower question, if I'm allowed to.
yeah, yeah.
Was there a shift in your manufacturing and sourcing strategy along this along this period?
So yeah, what we have understood as we are talking about being agile, what we have understood that, because then during this period we have seen a very switch on, switch off for different places. So what we have understood, first of all, we actually had to have a minimum 2-3 vendor base, wherein we actually can start fetching up the supplies if we actually encounter the problem in one place. So we cannot rely on being in one location, present in our supply base to be present in one location. We actually have to be agile enough to, if we encounter some problem, we can switch on to the different possible location. So that was one of the strategy wherein we started developing vendor across different geography, not only on number
Oh,
of
yeah.
vendors but
Okay.
across different geography. That was one of the point. We wanted to be our product, at least from design perspective, we also started working how standardization we can do in our products, at least from design perspective, wherein it is not actually uh, directly uh, directly influencing the customer's choice, wherein we actually can go ahead and do those changes. We actually went on standardizing our back end, wherein be it part of a product, be it part of supply chain, be it part of our processes, so that we can be little more agile while while preparing our supply chain to be more responsive to
It's
these
amazing.
unprecedented events.
It's amazing, Srishti, to see the kind of width of the discussion, and to see how supply chains have responded right from demand signal to product design. Now we're talking idea to execution. Uh, Let me bring in Abhinav. Abhinav, we've talked about, just to give you a quick run, we've talked about how demand has shifted, and we know Philips has been using the e-commerce channels far longer than any of us probably. Uh, and we talked about demand shifts and shifting of suppliers, as well as a lot of changes on the way supplies were happening to these different channels. What has been your experience at Philips, and how did you react, and what is it that you're taking forward?
Well, thank you for having me here. First of all, my apologies. But as supply chain, we quickly have to be agile enough to kind of manage things. So please do excuse me. As my colleagues, you would pretty well understand what I'm trying to say here. Thank you. So Rajat, back to your question. I think in Philips we have two distinct segments that we service in terms of customer base. We have the health system devices, and we have the personal health devices, where you see all the the male grooming beauty stuff that goes out to the customer. That's where you probably said that we have been doing the e-commerce stuff for quite some time. We've tied up with Amazon big time, and the pandemic, actually from last year, the effect has been such that let me talk about the PH side of the business. Where we used to go through traditional trade or modern trade, malls and all, and some percentage on online retail. Today it has reversed. 10% of online retail 2019 and prior, today is 70%. It is not one times, two times, three times. It is multiple times. The whole thing has changed. Now, with it have come their own challenges. Speed is something that is like, okay, today as a supply chain head, I have my pain point with it, but then I have to live with it. So it tests our agility, and the changes that come. As one of my co-speakers was talking about, we went all the way back to design and modification and stuff. On the health systems division part, we are doing that. We call something like vanilla configurations. Now, this, the two businesses are so distinct. The PH side is made to order. The health system side is made to, it's the other way around. PH is made to stock and health systems is made to order. It is customized for customers. There also now we're talking about, hey, can we do basic vanilla configurations? Because otherwise we can't react. We can't react for every order the way customers expect us to react. So now there are two ways. One, we can tell a customer, hey, Mr. Customer, this is a long lead. I can't serve you. That's not an option for us, right? We have to survive in the market. So what do? We go back to the drawing board and then decide what are the vanilla configurations we will build, what is the customization we will do, and then react fast. So things have changed upside down, 180 degrees, call it whatever. But I think globally, not only in the health systems or PS segment, I think, as I'm hearing my colleagues for a very short time, but supply chains have responded pretty well most of the time. Look, there will be instances, but most of the time, I would say.
We also got to know along the way, Abhinav, about this portable emergency unit that Philips had developed.
Sorry, was that portable?
Was that a portable emergency unit, with a bed and an oxygen tank and?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Am I placing it right? Yeah.
Yeah. So no. So as I said, we went back to design. We actually built a whole ICU unit that was portable.
Wow. Yeah. Exactly.
And we actually placed it in a hospital in Mumbai, where and Mumbai being space premium, they only had the parking lot. There was no more hospital space left. So what do? So you design a solution where you actually buy a container, not the sea freight container that we normally are used to as logistics and supply chain professionals. It was a different container space, which was equipped with all the modern diagnostic equipment that you would need to monitor a COVID patient, right from ventilators to oxygen concentrators to patient monitoring and stuff like that. And it was at the highest possible cleanliness that a most modern hospital would provide you inside a hospital. You wouldn't know once you're in. That was an invention of what necessity is the mother of invention, right?
Exactly.
That was that.
It was wonderful even to note, and I think a lot of organizations have done a lot of work on design, whether it is to standardize or kind of be able to test it better or to kind of provide a better service. I think design has definitely also taken, as big a leap as agility or speed on the supply chain side. But let me come back to another beautiful, aspect. And me and Balaji were having a discussion earlier this day, and we were saying pre-COVID, pre-GST, networks were so fixed. We'd operated for years on certain networks around the country, and they were like, fixed for 5 years and 10 years. And post GST, with the flexibility, and post COVID, with this whole new, demand fluctuation across geography coming in, how has and Balaji, will start with you because you brought that up, and thanks for that. How has Borosil responded to this fluctuating space requirement and opportunity?
Sorry, yeah. Okay, thanks, Rajat. So actually, if I look back, that is one of the key shifts which have happened actually. And the way we have responded, Borosil has responded, is that we used to run by our sister companies the warehousing operations, okay, which we believed we need to do. And even before COVID, we started thinking to outsource these operations. Okay, and now we are well on the path to outsource the operations, because we believe that if you need to have an agile supply network, okay, you cannot be running your own operations. You need partners that are in the core warehousing and distribution business, and then you can keep changing your footprint, okay, into how much space which channel to cater from which warehouse across your network. And that is only possible when you have partners who have the capability and the scale to meet your need. Okay, so that is the direction we are going. And in the last 1 year, we have outsourced three locations actually.
Wow.
So, and that has been a major shift that we are going through right now. I completed the North operations last month. Okay,
and would you say, sorry for barging in, but would you say that this new idea of using, and I'm assuming that's what the partner is offering you, multi-client kind of warehousing spaces and multi-client operations, and variable space based on a certain contract term. Would you say that has also brought in cost optimization, at least for a long term?
It will, yes, long term, yes. Short term, no, because short term it will be more or less similar. Okay, but what it has also given advantage is that we could house all the B2C also along with it. Okay, so if I now look at each one of our distribution centers, we have B2B, which has modern trade, traditional trade, CSD, CPC, all the channels. Then we have got a B2C part which has Cloudtail, Vendorflex, our own brand portal, marketplaces. So omni-channel fulfillment is reality in our warehouses now at this point.
So let me move on with the same question. People, what has happened in your organization around distribution networks, and whether variable space has come up? I mean, I'm sure it has come up in discussions, but has it come up on your strategy map?
Yeah, I think it is order of the day if you ask me today in terms of use and pay, variable space, park and pay, whatever you call it. And especially not just because of COVID. Yes, COVID also has a role to play with let's say inventory is going up, and at times you don't know what is going to happen. And then same time as we are in a dilemma, what is going to happen next, and the sales are going to come in, and then you need those inventories up. So there is a lot of use and pay models, and we are into various seasonal products like air conditioners, fans, water heaters, and all those products, where we need to be agile in terms of based on the sudden sales ramp up. You need more, let's say, spaces. You want to hold more inventories. There are many regulatory changes also happen these days. Star ratings that Vikash must be knowing in AC air conditioners that keeps on happening. Similarly, BE rating changes that happening. So today there is a BE change expected to do happen, let's say early January. So you need to plan right now in terms of your inventories. And this is again a temporary change. You don't know, right? It's not a permanent build-up of inventories. So there are various reasons because of your organization requirement. You have to build up demands, build up inventories these days. And I think use and pay is here to stay. It gives a lot of flexibility to the organization in terms of managing their operations, a lot of flexibility. You can enter in and you can enter out. It's from that arrangement very fast, and not a permanent kind of arrangement for years to do. So I'm thinking it is going to stay, and it is going to go big way, not in just B2B. I see a lot of opportunity in B2C, let's say as an end retailer. So there was a newspaper article where it was around, let's say, because the people have moved from cities to towns or villages. So they have their households. So they have moved their households to warehouses rather than paying rent for the house. It is better to pay a warehouse, a small warehouse rent for that inventory. And whenever he's going to come back after 5 months, that makes a lot of sense. Rather, if it is handled well and managed well, and the, let's say, inventory upkeep is good, it makes a lot of sense to, let's say, for a bachelor's or let's say for small families to.
That's a super example of park and pay, by the way. It's a superb example. So I'm just again thinking in my mind. There's been these network changes. We talked about how demand itself has changed over geographies, over periods. Because what have you observed in terms of distribution network, and also have you observed a shift in the consumer's willingness to pay an X price for a product? Because you may have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think when you have to, if you talk particularly about our distribution network, most of our distribution network are our customers' warehouses on a very practical ground. It's a purely some customers do have their hub and spoke model. Some do customers have their I would say master distributor stuff. It's a different putting a game together. And I would say in that sense, it's a more of a customer centric. But yes, when you are saying customer paying for want of their goods, yes, customer is now paying goods for whatever they wanted. Because as Vipul has rightly taken one example, a customer when taking going away from cities to town and then keeping their household goods to their warehouse or something like that. So of course they are paying. Of course they are saving something. Of course on the other side they are paying something on that because it's their demand. It's just the requirement. And when they are going back to the town, and then one of the panelists has also said that it's a rural demand has come up. And when I was saying the rural demand has come up, because of that, it's a pent-up demand has created. Not only from towns, especially speaking, it's from the rural area. Actually speaking, the demand has come up. So customer is paying, and I would say it will keep continue for some time till the time situation gets normalized. But yes, we are getting to the new normal stuff. Of course, it will have a different thing. It will have a different impact putting together till the time we are 100% back to our normal life.
I think I'll probably again carry that question to Abhinav and explore further. Abhinav, in your space, has the end consumer's willingness to pay for a product reduced or have they been able to retain their willingness to pay? And has that impacted any of your distribution network?
Well, again, it's like managing two different supply chains for me. So the behavior has been, well, I would say pretty much similar in this context, because now if I were to look at the consumer products where we operate through a distributor model, we have a mother distribution center and then it goes out, hub and spoke typical model, because we are going to an online retailer or a mall retailer or a traditional retailer. We're not interacting directly with the consumer. But the feel is, and this is not from data, but the feel is, yes, people are willing to pay. Right now, it is more about that I want this product and I want this product at this time. And this is where I want it. And the piece where I wanted has undergone a little bit of a change. And I personally kind of feel it in the health systems business because I don't know, should I call them tier 1, or rather tier 2 or tier 3 locations somewhere in the northeast, up there in Jammu and Kashmir, down in the interiors of Tamil Nadu, the names of towns and cities that I would have hitherto not known, we are actually reaching equipments like expensive scanners like CT, which costs upwards of 1 crore each of these. We're going and delivering those kind of equipments into those remote areas. Sometimes we wonder, do they even have demand for it? But definitely there must be demand, and people must be wanting to pay for those scans and not going into, say, for example, all the time into Guwahati, for example, to do that. So yeah, there is demand, and there are people who are willing to pay for it. The challenge is really for us as organizations and definitely as supply chains to be able to fulfill the demand on time. And as I said, the location has become a bit of a challenge.
I think you've kind of brought us to, I had a very different plan for the last 10 minutes, but since you've talked about this, I think it'll make sense for us to ask you, Abhinav, again, has the freight system in India, the logistics as we call it, been able to stand up to these requirements, or did it need a certain push and pull? And where do you think the capabilities in future are going to come from?
Well, I would say that yes, we especially last year we had some challenges, but I'm also kind of happy to note that we kind of learned how to deal with those challenges. It was a learning process. Everything was not hunky dory from day one. Okay, we had to go through teething problems. We had to go through a learning process, but then we did learn and we did start executing on it. And by the time the second wave hit us, uh, probably my colleagues would probably agree that it hit us pretty hard personally, because there was probably not anyone where we didn't hear of something not too good happening. But professionally speaking, we were actually on. We probably had learned from the previous year as to what's supposed to be done. Also, it helped that the restrictions were probably not enforced the way they were enforced in the first lockdown in the country in 2020. Maybe the government, the administration, the system, the whole ecosystem for supply chain had learned along with all of us. So the impact was not felt in that sense. At least this is my reading. I would invite others to probably pitch in if there is a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
But this definitely was what I felt. In fact, we were already preparing for the third wave. I hope it doesn't come, or I hope it doesn't come. The poll is still out whether it is coming or not coming, or whether it is coming in August or whether it's coming in December. But probably the first time around when we learned our lessons, we probably learned well, and not that issues were not there, but we could anticipate some of them, and we could solve most of them. It's that anticipation and solutions that probably got us going. So, in a nutshell, to summarize, where we like hunky-dory all through? No, there were challenges, but we did learn and got through those challenges.
Lovely. I think we're all with you in saying, okay, we hope the third wave doesn't hit us as bad. But we're definitely all better prepared. Do you want to add to this piece?
Yeah, just a little. I think I just had a thought, so I thought let me share.
Sure, please, welcome.
I think somehow I think supply chain logistic is where India meets Bharat. So if we are India, so our transporters are that Bharat. And I think they have pulled us through in this tough phase in last 1.5 years. Whether it is the rural demand or these raw people, their whole strength is pulled us out of this.
Correct.
So that's just the thought which came into mind, because that's how I'll pull it. I think those guys are really, I think we owe it to them a lot. Warehouse logistics guys, we owe it to them.
Full 100%. I think and we've been listening on television about how deeply we would respect armies, and then the next wave was the healthcare services, and then internally I used to be telling my folk that if I listen to all this on TV, the only people that I think about is my warehousing and transport guys who are on the road and in these warehouses across India with whatever best level of safeties they are able to afford, given the circumstances and the working capital conditions, etc. But well said. That brings me, and this has been a controversial question, but people, would you say that our aggregators on the freight side have been able to provide the benefits in the last year and a half that the whole supply chain is looking forward to?
Sorry, I didn't get the last.
I think the freight aggregators have they been able to provide us the kind of integrated logistics services that we were expecting to see, or do you think there's a lot of road to cover there?
Definitely there is a road to cover. No, we can never say that we are there. But I think at the same point in time, I'll say from the customer point of view, you have to be demanding, but same time collaborative. So if you are demanding and collaborative, people come up with solutions and they will try to offer you. But if you are only demanding and not collaborative, that will also not work. And if you are just collaborative, not demanding, that will also not work. because then they are also become smarter and not help you through beyond a point.
Absolutely.
So there are people who are doing the best in the, and the people who will not adopt will be out of the system today or tomorrow, over a period of time.
But we'd all agree that at least everybody in the logistics space has moved on to at least providing visibility. I mean, which I would say the
so there is a lot of buzz around digitalization.
Very low.
So there is a lot of buzz around digitization, and I fear for that also, because managements are more and more talking digitization, and at times you don't know what results they are giving. So how do you find a meaningful digitization which is really giving us results? And that makes a lot of sense. Definitely, let's say product tracking or a shipment tracking, to a point it gives you a lot of let's say confidence. So if I need let's say if my shipment is going from Delhi to Trivandrum and then I need a visibility, I'll say it is makes a lot of sense. But if my shipment is going from my Delhi warehouse to a Delhi dealer, which is going to reach within 4 hours, beyond a point it does not help me. I think that guy unnecessarily, I am putting drain on my system, my resources on the whole thing. But so it depends, how do you want to do it?
So just to complement that, we had coined a little phrase. We said visibility on inventory versus transit. Whether transit is low, create more visibility on the inventory. Whether transit is high, I need tracking. Balaji, what has been your experience after the outsourcing bit on the freight side?
See, freight, we always had it outsourced. Okay, so but the while the drivers and all the stuff, as the point was made earlier, were on the road and risked their lives. Actually, even the warehouse teams risked their lives when the pandemic was going on in full swing. Okay, but still, if you ask me the reliability of transportation, still I think we have a long way to go. Like for example, if I have to hit, say, okay, I'll give you a simple metric. Amazon, as we know, is a very demanding customer. Okay, so if I have to hit 100 appointments in a month, okay, even if I miss 4 or 5 due to whatever reason, okay, it is still a miss. Okay. So I'm saying still, I would say we are not there at a level where I hit every appointment and then my freight system assures that. And there are backups if things go wrong on the road. We all know that something happens. So a lot of such instances happen. But what is the service when a service failure happens? How do you come out of it? How do you? So I still think we have a long way to cover there.
I'll just quickly add to this, Balaji. I think we've moved along this road with you, and I know what you're saying. Let me tell you the epitome of this service test was when the transporter reaches on time and the Cloudtail warehouse or the Flipkart warehouse is facing stress at that particular time and they're unable to unload in that slot. And then the transporter needs to spend 3 days there. Does he have the capability at that time to kind of, and then do your costs plummet at that time, or is he able to? So I think there's a lot around that space.
We are not designed for that. You're right. When the opposite happens, we don't know what to do.
Exactly the point. So let's get Vikas. Vikas, what has been your experience on the freight side on usage of technology, visibility, and whether it has resulted in tangible benefits for you guys?
As I started discussing with two aspects, that post-pandemic and pre-pandemic, there is a major shift in logistics also. One shift which I could really feel that availability and for bigger truckloads versus the smaller truckloads, there was a difference. Reliability of domestic or the local, the regional transporters versus the transport networks operating across India. So there was a difference of their services pattern. So and again, there is when we are saying the service pattern was different, and of course there was the cost was also different. I won't say there was a who was better or who was bad. who was good or who was bad specifically, but yes, there was a share. And it's not only domestic one. I would say international freight aspect also. There was a complete shift. Means like freight has gone up to means like almost 20, 30 times of the levels they were in pre-COVID levels. And because of all those aspects, of course, the cost got loaded back to the customer. And I think all the panelists would agree that there has been quite a cost significant increase, either in terms of home appliances, the consumer durables, the medical electronics, uh, or the FMCG. The cost has gone up. Of course, the freight aspect was one, the commodity aspect was another, and of course the availability and shutting off the smaller supplier base was the third. And but of course this also gave us an insight that we also need to be a more local when we are talking about our supply chain. We started giving a thought that okay, we need to be a more Atmanirbhar, not in terms of Indian aspect, but more also in terms of our more of a regional sourcing, or the source suppliers nearby to my factory, nearby to the locations where we are situated in. So it gave a very quite a learning. It was quite more learning, which I would say in last 15, 20 years, which I learned it from last 2 years. It was a more insightful actually speaking.
I mean, I think there's no denying that we've all learned, more in the last 2 years than we perhaps did in the last 10. Um, I think there's also no denying that, given the situation, we've all suddenly being exposed to the needs of higher, deeper visibility, and perhaps experienced certain benefits out of it, and had to implement certain technology solutions and kind of suddenly experienced benefit out of it. So I'd say that tracking, for one, wouldn't have been that deep a requirement in the regular distribution networks where you operate with distributors and dealers and wholesalers. But it did start to make a lot of impact now, at least in the import-export freight zones, where, like Vikas was mentioning, the freight rates had skyrocketed. I mean, people were already contemplating getting twice or thrice the amount of inventory, spending on working capital and keeping it in the free trade zones, probably to benefit out of the Indian regulatory scenario. Thank you everyone for a great discussion. Let's go around the table and say, okay, what are your top 3 picks from today's discussion, and what's your closing remark? Let's start with Abhinav.
You put me in a spot because I was the last to join. I missed most of it. But from the limited time that I did spend here, good to know that I'm not waging this battle alone. I have colleagues who are actually an inspiration and actually have managed to solve the problem that I am facing too. So, like they call it, common humanity. We're all in this in our own ways. We're struggling with it, but good to know that overall, as most of us in the country have probably risen up to the challenge, and good to know that this is not a secluded thing. That because healthcare was in focus, and there was a lot of need and drive in the healthcare and in the healthcare segment. Good to know that actually it is happening across industries, and it is not just restricted to healthcare, which was a need of the hour. So, Ken, thank you for those inputs, and good to know you all.
That's a brilliant closing remark, Abhinav. Thank you so much. And I think each one of us would be glad that the healthcare sector led it and then, opened up so much for all of us. Balaji, your closing remarks.
Actually, I was for me, it was great learning, listening to Abhinav, Vipul, Vikash, and you, sorry, Shilpa, right? So my 2-3 takeaways are I think going forward, I think agility when we discuss, when we do our day-to-day operations, okay, somewhere stepping back and looking at whether is this going to take us in the direction of agility or away from it, okay, because as we go forward, we may have another COVID or another wave or something else totally different, which will bring in entirely different dynamics of disruption, okay. So to me, the key is: are we having? I think people mentioned resilience. Okay, and to me, I think going forward, how resilient is our supply chain, or is my supply chain resilient? Would be the test. I would like to give it a score of say 1 to in a scale of 1 to 5. I would like to give it a score every year and see what are the elements where I can improve upon. To me, that resilience was a big takeaway from this, and also knowing that a lot of out of the box thinking, like Abhinav mentioned, personal ICUs. I didn't know such a thing existed before I came here. So that was a totally out of the box and innovative thinking, and I learned a lot from Vikash, the way Dixon Technologies managed the raw material, managed the vendors. So it was great learning, and you moderated in a very fantastic way. Rajat. Very, my compliments to you. And I think these are the things I will take away. And of course, the fraternity of uh, continuing to interact with you in the future is what I look forward to.
Oh, definitely. We would all love to stay in touch. And thank you for those wonderful comments. I think a lot of our speakers and audiences would kind of benefit from this discussion on the fact that they must start to evaluate their resilience. Obviously, it'll take time to put down on paper what exactly do they measure when they have to go about measuring resilience. But I think it becomes an important aspect, and that's a wonderful thing to pick up from here and be ready for the future. Vipul, what would you add to this?
Yeah. So basically, as our subject is around agility in our supply chain, so if you see the way, just to put it across as a point analogy with Google Maps. So today we all are used to, when we, let's say, start from our home, we open the Google Map, right? And moment we find a red, we try to change our route. So it has taught us what? It has taught us a agile mindset, that we are ready to change the moment there is a roadblock ahead. If you ask me simply, you have to adopt to similar nature in your day-to-day work. So if you can adapt to a Google Map and try to change your route every day, since you're following the same route every day, still you open a Google Map. And why is it so? I think Google Map, just to give an example further, take it a little further, it is easy to use, right? You are fairly confident that it is accurate. The information which is provided is accurate, and it is easily accessible, quick. So if all the IT tools, let's say whatever we are building to make our system agile, has those things, it is easy to use, quickly adaptable, right? And it is fairly, user is fairly confident that it is accurate. People will be ready to change. So once, if you have belief in that data, that you can, and in that information, so how we can make our systems in a way, and that people believe in them and quickly changing as per that information, if that information is quickly coming to you. So I'm just trying to put an example to the in our day-to-day use, and in terms how so basically having an agile mindset is very, very important. Once you have that kind of mindset that yes, we can do with this, then whether it is innovation, IT capabilities to build over it, flexibility around it, all of it can be further built up to this. So I'll try to sum it up like this. Thank you.
Wonderful, Vipul. Thank you for your input. Abhinav, do you want to add?
No, I just wanted to compliment Vipul. My other takeaway will be the Google Map example that he just gave. Brilliant.
Definitely. Absolutely. Thanks, Vipul, again for that lovely example and for summing it up and referring to the agility mindset, the agile mindset. mean, none of these solutions, none of these situations was unsurmountable. But honestly, when we reflect back, when it all started up, it did seem fairly tough. Only now we realize that it's just about the mindset, and then stuff is done. Vikash, will quickly come to you before we wrap up. What's your take off, and your closing remark?
Thanks, Rajat, and thanks everyone before Abhinav, Balaji, for the wonderful comments on the sessions and giving throwing a light on the supply chain. I would just to sum up your part, only one thing. Yes, I would like to focus more on the information flow. Basically, in whole supply chain, the information flow and some, I would say, uh, interacting people more and more, and that's we learned, and which I could see it from all of your remarks and your sessions that it was there. That's why we were able to manage our agile supply chains. And when the information flow is there, you can manage your all product flows, you can manage your all services. What all those e-coms are doing is just throwing a bombarding. Those informations is being bombarded all those e-coms, and that's we are learning from them. And of course, it's a new learning, a new beginning, and moving towards a new journey towards more and more agile supply chain. And definitely looking for that challenge, and we would like to interact with you more in the future also. Thank you, Rajat, and thanks everyone.
Great. So we played new games, we learned new games, we played them, and then we played them well. And now, in fact, we are starting to love the new games.
Right.
I think, yeah, please go ahead, Vikas.
No, that's what just I wanted to thank you.
Sure. So I think if I were to kind of wrap it up, I'd say, yes, we learned new constraints. Yes, we learned speed. Yes, we learned how to use technology, how to create visibility and use it, and or maybe use technology to create visibility and then use it. And then obviously also, new ways of dealing, new ways of delivering, new ways of addressing the infra needs. I think we are all, in a way, very, very thankful and grateful to all these partners across this supply chain. And I think it was for all of us, if I am to kind of just, take a generalistic view, all of us were able to survive because of the trust in the relationships that we had built as partners across our supply chains, whether it is suppliers or service providers or vendors or freight providers. So I think with all this learning, it's a big thank you to all of our partners across all the supply chains. And over to you, Namrata. If there are questions, I'm sure my friends here would love to take them.
Yes, sir. Just so there are some exciting questions from the audience also. So the first question from Rajesh, he's asking, how can businesses make sure their supply chains remain agile on an ongoing basis?
Okay, guys, who would want to respond?
I think in a way we discussed it, and so first of all, as a team and as an organization, you need to have an agile mindset. So once you have that kind of a mindset, rest all can be taken care of. You should need to review your processes, whether this process is adding value or it is a non-value added activity. So try to remove all those non-value added activities out of your system and cut down the bureaucracy. And if there is, and at times it get developed over a period of time, keep on reviewing all that what is relevant today. So there are many things which becomes irrelevant over a period of time. So, and over a period of time, more and more agility automatically will come if keep on removing the flab out of the system.
Wonderful. I'd only add, you see, what he's saying is basically define your agile and keep on redefining it.
Right. It is always incremental. It is never like a start date and an end date. It is always incremental, and it will always keep on happening. It's like a continuous improvement, Kaizen, what we keep on talking about.
Absolutely.
So,
Yes, Namrata.
So then another question from Sumit Sharma. He's asking how to create greater supply flexibility by getting closer to customers.
I would like to answer this. When you are saying more closer to the customers, I would say you have to go more deeper, right? When we are saying more deeper, it's like down the level information flow, down the level bottom up information should be there, and then bottom up information should be, I would say, respected and accepted in a way that it should come into your whole processes and whole supply chain. That's the thing where you can get your customers picked to your products, your services, and then also you can also add value to the customer's requirement, and you can cater to the customers in a better time frame.
Wonderful. I think I'll only add one more bit. I've like we got the Google Maps example today. I've used an example very frequently, which is the Kirana shop. There's nothing nearer to the customer than the Kirana shop.
Absolutely.
And we've all constantly learned from the Kirana shops of yore. And I think in one way or another, they will continue to operate.
True.
Good afternoon. Can I just add to it?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying more than a Kiryana store. If you remember in the last seminar, also I mentioned there is nothing closer to the kitchen, to your, what your wife runs it. So Kiryana shop is quite far, just as if you want to learn supply chain, you should just hop into your kitchen. Yeah. So, and just go and have a look there, how she manages things, Nothing gets wasted. Everything gets utilized, huh? So.
And even products that have a shelf expiry.
Yeah, no aging inventory, everything utilized, everyone is happy, and everything is under control. Cost is also under control. So they're just sorry, I just hopped in.
No, we're happy to have you, Hitesh.
Yeah.
Only if we could have so many wives in the supply chain.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Next question from Rajat Agarwal. He's asking how should we network and collaborate across our supply chain to ensure we can model resilient and agile processes?
I think the answer is in the question, but if any of my co-panelists want to answer that.
I would like to take a stab at it. I think maybe quantifying it and then seeing, say for example, like in mathematics there is something called boundary conditions. So what happens if the worst happens? Okay, you test it out at the extreme and say what will happen here, and then maybe give yourself a score in each one of the processes, saying where do I stand, however subjective that score may be. And then say revisit it 6 months later and then say, do you think I have moved at least 1 point? Can I have moved from 3 to 3.2 or 3.3? So maybe some such mechanism of a very simple metric of self-evaluation would first, more than the score, it will make you think, and then if you are not making progress, you will question yourself, and then hopefully that will trigger the progress.
Balaji, I'm not sure if you are academically a statistician, but we definitely know that you're you have the statistician's mindset. Can I ask you, what would you rate on a rating scale of 1 to 5 on the value that this panel has produced?
I think upwards of 4.
Thank you so much. All right, Namrata, up to you.
So Rajat, there are so many questions, but we are running out of time. So you can wrap up the panel.
Thank you. Thank you to all my co-panelists. It was wonderful. I personally gained a lot.
So before wrapping up, I would like to request all the panelists to smile so that we can take the smiling screenshot of the panel.
That's nice.
That's a tough part.
You have made it easy now.
Good to see you, Vipulji.
Same here, Hitesh.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to be here.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks,
Bye.
Abhinav. Thanks, Balaji.
Thank you to all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Moving further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is creating a smart supply chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Kailash Sharma from Schneider Electric, Hitesh Madan from Voltas, Gaurav Narula from Surya Roshni, Anish Gambhir from Bosch, and Navratan Kataria from NASCOM COE. Kailash, you can start the panel discussion by introduction.
Yeah.
All the
Thank you
leaders.
so much, Namrata. And I guess it was good to hear and listen good comments from previous panel. So
Yeah.
first of all, I really appreciate your organization to think about such topics which are really, really relevant today. But before going to panel, let me welcome our renowned panelist. And it's a great opportunity for our audience to see all these guys who are really doing wonders and great in their own companies. So let me first introduce and welcome Mr. Hitesh Madan. He's the head logistics Voltage Limited. So Hitesh, can you make your video on? Let's give a huge round of applause to Hitesh.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I joined in the previous this thing a little early, but nevertheless, good to see there also quite a couple of fellows. So I'm here. Definitely, I would love to share my thoughts, and I would love to learn from the audience and from the fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Hitesh. Thanks, Hitesh. Our second panelist is Anish Gambhir. So he's heading purchase in Boss, which everyone knows about this company. Anish, can you make your video on, please, if you're there? Yes.
Sure. Let me see if you are able to view me. I have just configured this.
Yes, it's working.
Very nice. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really privileged to be here with all of you. And definitely, I wish that we will be learning a lot from each other and by sharing the thoughts and what is going on in the market and how with such a pandemic situation, how the supply chains are really, taking how the people are dealing basically in the various organizations. So it's really good to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Anish. Now let me welcome Gaurav Narula. He's head procurement in Surya Roshni, and I guess they are spreading a lot of lights around. So welcome, Gaurav.
Kailash, Gaurav has a technical problem, so he will be joining shortly.
No worry. And let me also invite one of our more intelligent and more educated, and personally, maybe I have not met him in person, but I'm keep reading his stuff. I'm keep attending his session. He's Navratan Kataria. Right now, he's director NASCOM COE. And I can tell you the kind of IoT and AI, the kind of work which Navratan is doing for his team. Absolutely much better. So over to you, Navratan.
Thank you for that. I mean, this is called blowing somebody's trumpet. You did that very well. So I still have black hair, so you can't call me gray-haired intelligent guy. But yes, what we are trying to do is take the adoptions of innovations in this and other sectors to the adopting companies, and companies like Schneider, Bosch are already our partners, and they're doing a wonderful job in adopting. They realize the importance of connecting and engaging with the startup world to bring this subject to a higher level. And we have seen over a period of time, much faster speed of adoption of these innovations in India than, say, the IT revolution that came probably 2 decades back. So that's a very wonderful news. And it's all thanks to gentlemen like Anish and Hitesh and others, and of course you also, Karachi.
Thanks, Navratan. So I was supposed to introduce initially. So me, Kailash Sharma, I am Vice President for Supply Chain, Customer Satisfaction, Quality and Digitization in Schneider Electric for GSC International. So when we say international, it's India, Middle East, South America. So it's about 80 countries, which we call GSC International. So, if you see today on this particular topic, when we're saying create a, smart digital supply chain, I guess if you see in last 3 to 4 years, the kind of work which is happening in this smart or digital, a huge work is going on. So each company is doing in their own way. But for example, I was there in Seattle last time. So we attended one, this kind of conference. And if we see the kind of work which is happening in this smart, it's a humongous. It starts with end to end, from customers, then to the order management, to the planning, to the integrated planning, then to the manufacturing at the supplier side, and then how to handle our customers' tax support processes, etc., etc. And I guess each one of us should agree, like after COVID, even this smart has become more essential, a need for everyone. Earlier, people were saying, hey, it's fine, but we need to invest a lot. We need to spend a lot in this digital supply chain, smart supply chain. And frankly speaking, for example, from Schneider perspective, if I can tell you, like in India, we have 40 factories, and out of that, 6 are complete smart factories now. It means when I say smart, it's truly digital, it's truly connected. So one example is, for example, today, whatever happening in my Hyderabad factory, for example, if I have 400 CTQs, if I have RPN numbers, if I see machine efficiency, if I want to see anything, I can see in my mobile what happens last minute or what happened last 1 hour. So what I'm trying to say, the smart supply chain is taking a different, this is manufacturing. Now in our planning, when we talk about predictive planning, integrated planning, digital planning, we have a lot of data analytics, which is telling us what to do. For example, today, we are supplying to more than 150 countries. And imagine similar ways, the Siemens, ABB, Bosch is there. And what to do if I see Hitesh, the kind of, they are number one in, air conditions. The supply chain is totally changing. And from global perspective, like I say, when digital, today, if I go to my customer, for example, a lot of companies, they have like how many surveys going to customer, what customer is feeling about, customer net promoter score, customer effort score, NSS on the delivery, NSS on the offer. Everything is in the tool, digitized. So that's the power of digitization. Now, for example, people are also going into how to create order online, how to, the Amazon, Flipkart. Today in the morning, I was discussing in a panel where, we were having folks from Mantra, from Amazon, from Flipkart. The kind of supply chain, the kind of disruption these guys are doing in the supply chain, it is really motivating us in other part of the world where we are like consumer products, where we are giving this kind of electrical, electronics, and other kind of products. I guess they're putting us in a different spot to change the way we work. And frankly speaking, most of us are now customers to Amazon, to Flipkart, to Mantra, and our expectations are really going up. And we cannot say when Schneider or Siemens or Voltas or Bosch and other companies are giving us products, they should deliver us in a different way. So what I'm trying to say, the world is changing, the ecosystem is changing, the customer expectations are changing, the customer needs are changing, the business model itself is changing. And in this time, I guess it's very important for us to go into more digital, to go into more connected supply chain. But I know each company have a different business model. So that's what today our discussion is. And we will hear from our renowned panelists, like what they think about this smart digital supply chain in consumer or other industry. So I will go one by one to our panelists, and let's hear from them. And in the end, maybe our audience can ask questions, whatever they want to ask. Because if you see in this, we are 5 and 5 into minimum 25 or maybe 20, 100 years of experience is sitting in front of you. And maybe 5-7 years into 25 years of digital also, because digital just happening in last few years. Okay, so let me go first to our own Hitesh ji. So if you see, when I see from outside, Voltas, LG come in, Samsung, a lot of people came. And when we say make in India, frankly speaking, Voltas was not able to sustain, but rather than they have beaten the competition. And personally, when I have to choose, sometime AC, I go to the Voltas due to many reasons. So question to you is, how Voltas is adopting this supply chain 4.0 or digital supply chain, and specifically in the logistics side, because your logistics is very important, where you have very critical component, the gas is filled, OD, IDU, ODU, etc. And can you provide your insights and thoughts, Hitesh here for our audience?
Yeah, definitely. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. I'll just tell you my experience because I worked in LG and Havels as well as in Voltas apart from other industry. Okay, so the difference which I found here when I joined 2 years back here, the basically there are a lot of gaps which we found between connectivity of our production as well as to the customer, wherever logistics is concerned. So personally, I feel, when logistics is concerned, it is very important for a logistics person or supply chain guy to know, the connectivity of material from where it is coming, when it is getting produced, and how it is how it has to be lifted, from there, how it has to be distributed, and how it has to be sold on the real time basis to the customer. Now, the major challenge what we faced, especially in this COVID period, in my last session also, I mentioned, maybe couple of you must have attended that. During COVID, the major problem or major outcome which we found was a connectivity between the suppliers and the consumer. Maybe you can say internal customer to the external customer. Whether, for example, I'm an internal customer for an OEM, and to me, internal customer is sales, and definitely my dealer is an again internal customer to my sales guys. So this is basically. We found there were a lot of gaps, like what we didn't know that what is going to get produced, and even if it is produced, it was totally manual. Like we didn't know what is going to produce, what we have to send, how much material is lying in OEM or maybe at import. So first target was that we started connected to them, digitally, that whatever you produce, it should be visible on the system to us. So there was a connectivity required, between our system to their system, in the integration basically. So once we had that, we were in a better position to tell our salespeople, or to have a better planning in terms of space, in terms of vehicle placement, in terms of distribution, in terms of, basis on the sales trend, what material is required when and when it is coming. And any shortcoming was immediately informed to the sales guys, and maybe alternatively, whatever orders we could have taken. Now, the next step was that the distribution module. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes.
so the distribution module which we had, it was again manual. Once we have all the material in our warehouses, so there was a lot of, things that you move this material from this place to this place, and then vice versa, or maybe some cross movements were happening. So just to stop that, we started focusing on the forecasting. So we had given them the entire details of sellout, what you sold in last 3 years, what exactly, where you went wrong, what the wrong forecast you had given, what material is going to be NPI. It was all through, we developed a system, and we started giving this to our sales guys, basically to the area managers. So that helps us a lot, which had definitely given us a lot of improvement in terms of improving in forecasting. Similarly, we have improvised and we have made a distribution plan, digital. Basically, we had put in a lot of logics there, and with that logic, maybe we got 70% of accuracy. That yes, with this logic, 70% of material what a branch sells, we can immediately send, and we can store it in the central warehouse. Similarly, from our warehouse point of view, whatever auto generated reports were there, which a sales guy used to expect, or a supply chain logistics guy used to expect, that every day morning one person will come, he will give us report, then they will act on that. So we made it auto reports utilization, like, after every 6 hours, whatever, as per the reports, the reports were going, and the orders, and from there, whenever material used to be shipped out to the customer, we started, to the brand shops or to the premium customers, then OTP based, that yes, your material is out now. Basically, if you say, we started, following it up the Flipkart and Amazon model, which definitely have only supply chain function. But all these things, connectivity right from the import, maybe it's China or maybe from its OEM, to the last mile to the customer. So we try to connect it everyone onto the same channel. Like if tomorrow you want to see something, that what is going to get produced, maybe as a logistics guy or supply chain guy, you have the entire visibility. So wherever was possibility, we did an EDI, electronic data interfacing. Wherever, there was a possibility of having a, you can say, a portal, where we have given them a portal to have a better visibility. EV bills, definitely, EV bill extension, EV bill visibility, or maybe, what are material. So what we did, we tried to expose, and we tried that everything should be transparent, that if an area manager wants to see in a report that what material is going to me, from anywhere, whether that is import or OEM, it was made visible to them. So that helps us a lot, in terms of internally saving a lot of cost, material delivering, to the customer on the real time basis, and turnaround orders. So it really, helps us a lot, digitalization. We learned a lot from other companies, maybe, experiences from LG, Samsung, or maybe Flipkart, Amazon. So we try to pick up everything, whatever best we could take from all these companies, and we try to fix up here. So this is what, is my experience in the last 2 years. Maybe during COVID period also, we could do very well, and we could optimize our cost. We didn't blow up our cost because of unwanted space or maybe unwanted movements. So this is what, my experience I just shared with you.
Very good, Hitesh.
Yeah.
So, few things which I picked, very important. Hitesh started with the customer and ended with the customer. So I guess if we are doing all smart supply chain, connected supply chain, I guess everything is for customer. So the kind of things they have done connected to the customer, lot of report automation connected with the different suppliers and whole supply chain, I guess they have touched many things. So I can also share, for example, in Schneider Electric, when we are supplying to 100, more than 100 countries or 125 countries, and imagine in this case, we have more than 48,000 suppliers and how to connect. And now we have a control tower, which tells me which material is moving where in the air, in the ship, on the road, which factory is producing what, where is the gap, how that gap can be filled, where is the shortage. Everything is digital. Not only Schneider, I guess many of other companies like Hitesh was mentioning, they have done a great job. Thanks, Hitesh. I guess I'm
Yeah.
sure it has given a lot of good insight. Let me go to know Anish ji. So Anish, like your company, I guess everyone knows, and I guess they are leader in many of their products, and you are known for better quality, better design, better innovations. So now in today's time, when we are talking about digitization, when we are talking about smart supply chain, can you share with us with your experience in your company and surrounding in your ecosystem, what kind of actions you guys have taken, and what are your thoughts, and what are your opinion, and some suggestions where our audience and all of us can take more advantage?
Yeah, sure. See, Bosch, as it is known to many people, it takes taking care of the automotive components, and many of them maybe not knowing that it's into energy efficiency also. So I take care of the energy efficiency portfolio of Bosch in India. So I'm responsible for providing the entire support to the Department of Energy Efficiency, where the products like boilers or the economizers, or if you talk about the chillers, vans, these are the one which we supply to the any kind of industry, for example, pharmaceutical, whether it's an automotive or it's a hotel industry. So wherever these things are required. So primarily in our department, it is more at the moment a conventional. We are moving to the digitization, which we are taking the concepts from our other departments which are dealing with automotive industries primarily. So in our cases, like whatever we have learned mainly in this pandemic period, because earlier we were fully operational on the conventional mode, and all people, they used to come to offices, and now because of pandemic, I would say it has resulted in a help to us in learning and moving towards the digitization. And we have learned how to work remotely, sitting at not at home but at anywhere, and controlling the suppliers and getting the inputs from the suppliers, and using the tools which are available in the market for digitizing the things. So we have learned during this particular period the most, basically, whether it is the process orientation or it is the product what we are selling. And since our suppliers are also range from the few crores a turnover to multi-crore turnover, basically. So then we are connected with them primarily through emails and through SAP system directly. And in terms of the interaction with them, I would say the tools which we have used is primarily the SAP. And then we were having the internal processes also, which were more towards manual. And during this period, we have learned how to make the process digitized, and all the controls, all the approvals, all the placement of the orders, invoicing, these have been done digitally. So which used to be manually 2 years back, I would say. And since we are more towards B2B, it's not a consumer oriented product what we are dealing, or in fact my division is dealing with. So it is more towards like, we are focusing towards how our suppliers are manufacturing, what are their ways of doing the controlling their sub-suppliers, and what are their ways to interact with us. And that is one part of a product based, basically. And second part which we are dealing is the site managements, where we are installing the projects which involve the installation of all these equipment which I have just named. So these equipment, when we are providing to the our customers, the most important part comes is the installation there, because we are providing since end-to-end solution to the customer. So right selection of the supplier, right selection of the contractor, basically, who has to be completely responsible for providing us the complete installation part, as well as help us at the time of commissioning also. So these are the things which we are exactly into. Our department basically is into. So these, if you talk about the digitization, so as far as the products are concerned, we are the suppliers whom we are dealing with, they are directly connected with us through the systems which are like, as I've explained, SAP or the other internal tools which we have developed for them. But for the contractors, we are still into such kind of developments and finding the ways, and would like to know from other project-oriented project companies also what they are implementing, what they are doing, how they are able to control in this digitization mode. And definitely the whole gamut, it requires the investment. It involves the focus of the management, and putting across the point to the management that what are the advantages, how we are going to, what are we going to ultimately get, and what is the ROI if the investment we are going to make. So I would also like to know what the other project companies which are doing, what they are making the move towards the digitization, so that we can also share our thoughts and learn from them. That's what I wanted to share.
Very good, Anish. So I guess he made many points, like even though the company has very good SAP and other very well balanced digitization, but in COVID they have converted many manual processes. Yeah, so they have converted many digital.
There was a plane going, so I could not hear.
Oh, no worry. So I guess they have done a lot of digitization. And as you know, earlier we heard from Hitesh more from consumer product, which is air condition. Here, I guess this is more about B2B business. And frankly speaking, in B2 business, some other challenges are there. So like he was telling, already they have corrected many things in the supply chain. And from services side, I guess a lot of work going on. For example, I have seen our company and few other companies where earlier what happening when you do big projects, for example, let's say Reliance Refinery or petroleum refineries are big companies and with contractors where some big solar installation sites. I guess I have seen some good practices where people have converted all audits and installation into digital, where they have a digital control room sitting somewhere in the factory, and they have given some kind of tabs with some kind of processes, and then they're going step by step on those projects. And one good thing is initially there was a lot of resistance because then you have to follow steps. Normally in the site people go heavy. So initially there was a resistance what people were saying to me. But I guess after this resistance is over, now one, they are getting very good quality of the project because it is also taking real-time pictures of the site, sending back to the command center. For example, someone is doing wiring, someone is doing welding, someone is doing digging, someone is doing electrical, so I guess those kind of practices are coming. Some are very expensive, some are cheap also. So I guess that's another big thing which is happening. But we will love to hear from others also, like Anish mentioned. We want to hear more on the services industry. I guess that's still waiting for many new innovations and new actions. Mostly people are spending a lot of time on supply chain, manufacturing, planning, putting orders. But services, I guess, still people are building up. Thanks, Anish, for your great insights. Let me go to now Mr. Gaurav. And as you know, he's heading procurement in Surya Roshni. And they have moved from CFL to LED. They are saving a lot of energy for themselves, for ourselves, for planet, and many innovative products from their company. So, Gaurav, the question from our side is, what do you think during COVID and in last 2 to 3 years, the way digitization is moving? What kind of initiatives your company are taking, or which you want to share with your personal thoughts, how digitization is happening, where digitization is leading, and what do you think we should do a little bit more to make it sure we go towards smart supply chain in future?
Hello. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Am I audible to
Yes, yes.
everyone? Because yeah, there is some network connectivity issue at my end. So if my video goes down or uh, my voice go down, so just please do a message me in chat box. Okay. Hello.
Yeah. Yes, Gaurav, we are listening.
Yeah, you are listening. Okay. So in Surya Roshni, I am here from last 3 years, and I have total experience of 10 years in this supply chain segment. So I am heading B2B LED lighting business in purchase over here. So in last 3 years, basically the COVID-19, the situation is very tough for everyone who are there in supply chain. So the mainly the digitization which is helping in the supply chain part. So the basic things in supply chain we need to take care is to fastest delivery to our end customer, because all the business that we are doing in Surya Roshni in my BU is basically B2B segment. So the main thing is to deliver the shipment of each and every customer, because every most of the product in Surya Roshni is MTO items. So MTS items are very less in my segment. So in MTO items, we need to delivery to customer as fast as possible. And COVID time, the supply chain, the logistic, the all the companies are badly affected. So the main on digitization side, the GPS enabled vehicles that really helps to track the real situation of the vehicles that are on the way to our customers or to the depots. So this is the, I think in COVID situation, this is the best thing that was evolved. I think this GPS enabled vehicles came, I think 4 to 5 years back. So when vehicles start GPS enabled vehicles came, so this helps a lot in better deliveries and to track the shipment. Okay, then further the main problem that was we were facing is in MTO items, uh, mainly the stock that we are carrying, because usually in COVID situation, mainly in tenders where government bodies are opening tenders, and there are some restrictions on the side that you cannot workers are not working, and the customer is asking to delay the shipments. The stock is basically getting hold at our warehouses. So that is basically that is a very a big hurdle for us to rotate the cycle of the money, and the uh, uh, inventory turnover ratio is also getting affected. And to cater this issue, we start working to keep inventories at our at our supplier levels in the raw form. So whenever the clearance from the site is coming, so we ask our suppliers to build the material, and in that mainly we were using bill to ship to activity part as well. So the material is billing to our depot and directly shipping to our customer side. So in digitization, so another things that if I was saying about MTS items as well, so mainly there are so many systems are now there to help us, like forecasting systems are there, inventory management systems are there, so we are using that, and that are quite good to help maintaining these stocks and other things. Thank you.
Yeah, Gaurav, I'll just add to it what you said. Thank you for your insight. It's a lovely experience of logistics. In the last, you mentioned about directly keeping an inventory at the supplier end and then bill to ship to and all that. I just have a input to give you that you can definitely do a APOB with them, and you can take just 500 square feet virtual square
Mhm.
feet area on rent, like basically with a mutual understanding, and you can map that and register that his warehouse only as your warehouse with a virtual account. So what will happen, if the warehouse of his, the material will remain there only, and then you can do a direct shipping, which will definitely give you a indirect benefit of direct benefit of, in fact, of cost saving in logistics. So your primary will be saved, your multiple handling will be saved. Whenever you get an order, you can directly bill it virtually in that plant only, and you can send it across. Just an input,
Yep. Very good.
Okay.
Thanks, Sitesh. Good suggestion, Gaurav. And thanks, Gaurav, for sharing. And I guess one of the thing Gaurav mentioned is uh, they have a lot of MTO make to stock here, and MTS as well. Sorry, MTO make to order business, and then he has MTS. They are also using a lot of GPRS. That's really good. And like he mentioned already, the forecasting, the inventory management, they're using a lot of digital tools in this space. And for audience and for all of us, some of folks maybe in the audience are making big products, let's say big transformers, or RMU, or panel, very bulky products and critical products. So one of the question there was how smart supply chain or smart logistic helps there. So I guess we have seen some good companies in addition to GPRS, they're also creating some kind of sensors. Or I got a very good practice where one company have one or two sensors, where my truck is moving, if there is any vibration in the test. A lot of times when we deliver products to the customer, sometimes it get quality issue due to vibration or due to damage and so on. We were having an issue like some of the companies said in the transformer, someone is stealing the oil on the way from the transformer because you have 10,000 of liters of oils in the transformer. So they have put it those kind of sensors, and those sensors are connected in the factory and at the customer both. So if anyone is, tampering anything, the, immediately signals goes back to them. So smart logistics is already playing a big role, one in the DCs and other also in the on the transportation side. For example, another example is weighing machine. The lot of companies who are making small parts, when they do kitting in the DCs, a lot of times something is wrong or wrong shipping or damage or something. So or different product shipping. So people are doing connected weighing machine, not small one, bigger one, where all products goes through weighing machine and whole data goes into a server storage and then big data, and then it can be converted into Tableau, and then we can see how my product is moving, and with some kind of machine learning we can automate our processes. For example, a lot of times if product is only 10 gram or 15 gram or 40 gram, even the carton box size, if it is wet and all, the least count goes here and there. So what I'm trying to say, this is another example of connected weighing machine in the logistics, which is helping us a lot in the smart supply chain. Thanks, Gaurav. And now let's go to Mr. Navratan Kataria from NASCOM. And I guess we will keep a simple question for him because he himself is asking many questions to us during many panels. So Navratan ji, please go ahead and share with us how NASCOM is helping industry, and what kind of challenges in the industry, and how you are giving some solutions to overcome out of those challenges. And you can add anything from your side, please. Thanks.
So let me start with, you're like Mount Kailash. Of course, your name is already, it's already up over there. You're already up over there. You've done lots of things. Bosch has done a lot of things. All the panelists here have done a lot of things and very fabulous. So I must say that the audience must be enjoying of what are their sort of role models, if I can say, in this theme of supply chain that they should be looking at. And I think that's a wonderful thing to start with. I would have loved to have a few other, the new trends that our innovators are trying to do. I know it takes a little longer for large organizations like each of yours to adopt those innovations, but each of you have a hunger, if I can say, to know what's happening. And this is what I think is a very wonderful thing, because if you start looking at, say, for blockchain, right? Blockchain has come up very strongly into it. Thanks to the e-commerce and the logistic part of it. Today, if we avoid papers, if we avoid human manual intervention, and say that everybody believes everybody else, blockchain probably seems to be coming into the game. Reverse logistics, there are people working on that. Surya, for example, if you have to sell right up to the last mile, even that 50 rupees bulb, can you actually do some kind of things rather than for a 50 rupee bulb, I have to pay Amazon 75 rupees as delivery charge, right? And wait for probably 3 days. I'm just giving an example. Can we try to look at solutions in those areas? Gamification, because a lot of people today, from the consumer's perspective, are looking at what will be the type of product that I will be getting. I mean, these guys who have done furnitures and interiors have already got gamifications, and the AR, VRs clubbed into the supply chain. And this is very surprising that we thought that supply chain area was sort of a separate pillar by itself and not connected to the other portions or the other functional areas. And a lot of these digital innovators are now doing interfacing between these different parts or the pillars. Gaurav, you are into procurement. But look at the fact that the procurement is depending on the market pull of which bulbs are getting sold, where and where, So there has to be an interface right from that to the experience of the customer. And these are now being done not only by a traditional, our traditional method of digital ERP kind of system, but today they are predicting. They're using AI on the prediction, and the predictions are unique for every country. They have Christmas there, and we have Diwali here, and things shoot up. And this Diwali, maybe the agriculture is down, so the farmers may not buy too much of goods. So there's a lot of prediction which is happening. And that's why the elasticity in the logistics is coming up heavily. And this elasticity is not a traditional real-time kind of thing. It is a lot of prediction, what has gone wrong, what has gone up, where is the stock lying, can I move the stocks from one to another? And add to that, when things like, a lot of you also supply to government. Now, government purchase order, you received it today, and they've delayed your acceptance of the material. I'm just wondering. But that MRP was sort of different from the MRP that you have to sell it to, say, Indigo. I'm just giving examples because they put a higher MRP. How do you move these labels also at the flick of a button if you have to move this supply from this to that? Or, for example, Anish supplies to probably defense also. He has a lot of defense material which is at a different rate list than the rate which is going to a consumer, for example, or to an OEM like Tata Motors. How do you look at the whole value chain and predict that please do not print the labels right now? These are things which, and of course, if I agree to the fact that social sustainability has become a very important part in everything that we've been talking about. Today, if we ignore sustainability was more like a fashionable word, looked good in 3 lines on your annual report. Today, that's not the case. There's a direct impact on your consumer. People are looking and paying an extra price for sustainable products or sustainable packaging or sustainability methods of delivering to you. All these are not only discussed only at the urban area, the educated class, but I was surprised that even farmers today are asking, is this fertilizer? I was looking at this organic manure, organically composted manure. And this guy was asking very fundamental question. What is the bag made of? The bag which is carrying it back. Will I have a problem in this, getting rid of this bag? That is surprising because now today, we cannot just say it's the urban elite educated class which is only talking of sustainability. So all of these are now discussed by innovators. And I would ask you, how have you built your input to innovations in your organization? And I'll tell you, I have a grudge against also, and I don't say that it's a grudge, but the fact remains that the way that they climb up into the stair, because they have to be sure that this is well accepted in the market, it is scalable, and it's a good quality product, startups may not be at that level. So you have definitely a valid reason for you to accept these innovations. But have you set up that process in each of you to go through that process? And that is where we help you also. I must say, not that we are the only people. There are lots of enablers like NASCOM COE, but we all try to help you in your journey to make your innovation hunger be fulfilled by the innovators. So that was a long answer. I'm sorry.
No, frankly speaking, and that's what, when you said you guys are making a lot of points about you, that's what I guess you had made whatever we said at the basic, and then you put it bigger points on that. Completely with you, because what is happening today, if you see global warming and all, 3 to 4 degree temperature going up, and global, if you see latest the forum, Geneva forum and all, but they said let's agree from 1.5 to 2 degree centigrade, and if you have to do this, we have to do so many things. And I'm happy to see Schneider. Okay, I work for Schneider, so I can tell from Schneider, but a lot of companies are doing. So, for example, from Schneider, we are saying how we can become, carbon neutral by 2040 with all our products which are connected and which are using all those material which is recycling in the services. For example, we set up a global packaging excellence center in India to convert all global packaging. Today, what happens, a lot of boxes are bleaching, using chemical, using so many things. Can we go into recyclable kind of paper and imagine tons and tons? So I guess very good point from social, sustainability, which I guess Navratan ji is making a point. And second, I guess, is blockchain. So maybe we have moved a little bit on digital, some automation, some data analytics. Now I guess the kind of blocks which we are making one by one, and all these blocks can be put it into a chain. And I will give you one example on the quality blockchain. We have discussed a lot about supply chain. We have discussed about logistics. We have discussed about supplier. I just want to put last point, from the quality perspective. For example, today we never measure this, and when we see the number, every company 1 to 1.4 point of their profitability they are losing in the quality, starting from supplier scrap, inventory scrap, cost of poor quality in the manufacturing, logistics over inventory, and then when you go to the customer, due to logistics, transportation, damage, customer issues, failure. If you take this end-to-end cost, is a huge cost. So I guess the kind of, for example, we are putting some efforts at the supplier quality, like some of the companies, they said they have connecting supplier to our supply chain. Means originally what was happening, supplier will make a raw material, send to our company, or a lot of my colleagues are there. Then we do IQC, and then IQC, they will take a lot of time, and then they do okay, no okay. If not okay, again go back to the supplier. If okay, now I guess where we are changing the game. First, the supplier, before even he's sending material to us, his data is with us. With us or with many companies. So means already you have that data. Then in IQC, rather than doing too much, today a lot of things are available. You put a part there. It will take 3D, 2D. I'm not saying everyone will invest in this kind of technology, but I guess it is becoming cheaper and cheaper every day. If you put 4 people in IQC, and if you put 1 person with this machine, I guess ROI from 3-4 years perspective, it will be better. And then we are building a blockchain supply. So I guess quality is another topic where all of us has to see. And our Prime Minister, when he says make in India, quality in India is very important, because today, even whenever we have to transfer some products to India, first question is if India will be available, will be able to produce quality. We can put all investment. It's like F-16 in hand of Pakistan. So we want to make it sure we have F-16, but we are also responsible. So we have all technology, we have all digital, we have everything, but end of the day, we have to deliver a very good quality product to our customer, so that we can create our image, brand, and all. So I guess thanks everyone for giving your comments and very valuable inputs for our audience. And I'm sure this forum will give our emails to all audience, but we have 9 minutes. So last 2 minutes we will conclude. But if any panelist want to say anything, please go ahead, and then we will. And Namrata, can you also open for questions for any one of us, any panelist?
Hitesh wants to say something. He's raised hand.
Yeah, please go ahead, Hitesh.
Yeah. Hi, thank you, Navratan. I just wanted to discuss one more aspect, I think, which we missed out, all of us, is basically a FIFO management and WMS implementation in all the warehouses.
And traceability, yeah.
Yeah. So that serial number traceability and bifurcation, actually, I was trying to, correlate with our products, what Navratan has mentioned, in terms of getting at the lower, different MRP material, where it is not required, actually. So this generally happens in our industry too. Now, customer is so demanding that even if you send 2020 material, 2019 produced material, which was imported actually that time, and it landed up in mid of 2020, and 2020 we could not sell. Now, if we are sending that material to customer, even if it is consumer durable material, AC, customer says, I want a fresh material because you have raised the prices, so I want the fresh material. So customer is that smart, he is more digitalization, digitalized in his mind rather than us. So he says, you procured that material in 2019 at the 2019 price, and now you're selling me at 2021 price. So it's a valid point as well.
Yeah.
So to curb that, we what we have done, we have put a stringent systems in the warehouses, that advanced WMS is what we moved on from basic WMS, where when you scan the material, it will not allow you to ship the order until and unless the previous material which is lying in inventory is moved out. unless that is defective or that is non-sellable. So it has to be removed from that particular location, has to kept in the particular location where it is said that it is unsellable. So before that, it will be moved out. And definitely, when we have such kind of situation where we have no choice, material is good and we have huge inventory, so in that we give an advance information back to OEMs as well as to factory. Like initially I mentioned that due to that connectivity or maybe integration, we give them back feedback that this is the material which is not going to sell and we need stickers and barcodes for this particular material. So they send us the soft copy of those barcodes and we have printouts, maybe printers capable of taking out the printouts there and the hot air guns. So we change the carton, but definitely that is actually a legal issue. As per my experience and understanding, you cannot do, Navratanji, any such exercise, in the warehouse. It has to go back to factory as per legally. Generally, we all do it, but if you see the laws, that doesn't permit, that you
No,
do
I
any kind of.
agree, but the way that we push it, these things will be required in future, and our job is also a policy in influencing when innovation requires it.
Yeah.
This is
Because
part of our role.
absolutely, because even if we have raised this question to SEMA many times whenever we have a note to them that these are the practical problems which we need to address in the warehouse. So definitely we cannot send material back to factory and we do a rework and then bring it back. The amount of cost is involved there, and handling is there. So this was just my thought, Ratan, on your point. Maybe I don't know it makes sense or not, but I just
No, makes sense. Anish has his hand.
You have touched a very important point, because this
Anish wants to say something. Kailash.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add here, basically, like the digitization is really helping us in doing the lot of predictive analysis. That's a very important part which we are learning here. And the maintaining of the inventory, as Hitesh was also telling, one of the challenges that what we face is the obsolescence of the product. Basically, that suppose you keep on inventorying the product and for future, and it is not utilized, then the things get obsolete and it is having no value. Although you invest a lot in maintaining that inventories. So this predictive analysis, as Kailash was also saying that he was giving an example of transformer leaking and this thing. So what if these proper sensors are located in the field and you get the signals right in time, so you can predict that how much inventory one has to maintain. So that will really help in that's what we are also adapting in our automotive business, the predictive analysis and the inventory management through digitization. That's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, one small thing I've again came to my mind, so I thought let me share whatever best we can do. These containers or maybe secondary vehicles which we are sending to dealers, and one of my fellow friend has mentioned from Surya bulbs, Surya Roshni. So there, what we did, I just wanted to tell him that on seal, the seal which we are putting onto the trucks. We have made a mechanism and mandatory that on that seal the sticker which is being put is a barcode sticker which is embedded on the invoice. So as you scan that seal, anyone who scans that seal along with the invoice, he comes to know that in that container what all material is there. It gives you the entire details. So you don't have to open actually, before opening and after doing a physical verification and then mentioning it back on the POD. So you can just scan it preliminary that what company has sent, and then they take a screenshot of that in your seal you have mentioned that these all materials are there, and then when they take out physically that material, it has to match with the quantity. So immediately once he scans and opens the seal and he scans the invoice, the information comes to us that yes, that material has reached to the customer and he has already opened the seal and he is now unloading the material. So this is one thing which we have tried. We have not fully implemented, but yes, to certain areas, certain brand shops, we have started this activity and it's functioning. So it's working very well. The disputes of damages, shortages, or maybe pilferages on the way, or seal damage, or any tampering with the seal, it has reduced drastically, and basically TAT management, e-way bill management, everything has become more visible. Yeah. So the cheating from the service provider or the transporter has drastically gone down.
Very
I
good.
just wanted to ask.
Very good. Thanks, Tesh. Namrata, any question from audience?
Yes, so we have some audience questions as well. First question is from Sandeep Gupta. He's asking how fast can the supply chain respond to demand or supply changes?
Yeah. So, maybe I will add then Anish ji and Hitesh, if you. So, if I understood correctly, the question is how supply chain can react basis on the supply chain of the component side, right? Downstream side, right, Sandeep?
Yeah.
Okay. So, today what is happening, if you see today's scenario, I guess his point might be coming from this point of, if you see today the electronic shortage, and if you go to plastic shortage, this is very unique proposition, but I don't think we are going to have this shortage for longer. And I guess first point is, when you do more forecasting better, when you do more digitization means forecasting the kind of, for example, some of the companies, they have you started using complete analytics team, right? I have seen in supply chain planning, people are putting, many people on this predict rather than in normal supply chain people to have a good predictive modeling, the good procurement predictive modeling. And I saw one modeling where, at one side price is coming from all global levels, and then second level the sales inputs are coming from their sales planning and all. And then I guess they're also telling, like, in next 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, even 3 years, some people, how to get those raw material in time. But practically when you go to MSME, it is very difficult to predict for next 2 years, 3 years and all. My answer to this is better forecasting, predictive modeling for from digital supply chain point of perspective. And I guess this will trigger a good, planning from the supplier side. Second thing is supplier contingency plan. A lot of times we have seen, we have a single source supplier, or the kind of the financial stability when we don't approve suppliers, good suppliers. So, suddenly when we have one supplier or two supplier, we need material, but he's already booked with a lot of people, so he will not supply to us. So I guess these are the 2 points which coming into my mind, but maybe Anish or Hitesh or Gaurav, you guys can add.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. During this last 2 years of COVID, this forecasting concept has gone absolutely, you can say, viral. So no one can predict what is going to sell, what is going to happen in the market. Definitely, this is the hard fact. And the worst affected maybe department is supply chain department, because right from the supplier to end customer, everyone doesn't know what is going to come and what is going to sell in the market. Even the customer doesn't know. Supplier doesn't know. My distributor doesn't know that when rain will come, when market will shut down. I don't know what to keep, what not to keep. So in short, I'll just tell you that in a normal scenario, definitely what my fellow colleagues have said, the forecasting has to be done accurately, but that can only happen when we provide actual channel inventory and sellout data to our area managers. Now, channel inventory is what, for example, if my distributor is there and if I have to sell him, 500 ACs of a particular model, I'll have to check his channel inventory. For example, I'm thinking that he has taken 500 and it is very fast moving because dealer has taken because of margin. But eventually, if I see a channel inventory which is stuck up in his godown, it's 450 units. Only 50 units have sold. Maybe market customer did not like it, the color or maybe the efficiency or the price. So in my mind, in company's mind, that is a fast moving model. We will definitely go back and order more from the raw material and we'll produce more, and eventually what will happen, that inventory will get stuck up somewhere in the channel, and ultimately either we have to give them a sellout support or we have to give them extra money to sell that money in the market, or else we have to bring it back to our warehouse and we have to find some other customer at the discounted price. So channel inventory and sellout management, actually what that model has been sold in the market. The quantity has to be fed to the area managers to have a better forecasting. This is actually a thumb rule when the normal situation happens. In terms of COVID situation, what we have been facing last 2 years, I think we have to be more vigilant. We have to be very, very, smart right from the supplier end. And the only thing which we can save all of us is the first step, which I mentioned, is a connectivity through digitalization with the supplier and transparency. If I try to hide something from a supplier, that boss, this is selling more, you produce more and you send me more, otherwise I will not give you order, then we all are into trouble. So we'll have to be very, very transparent with each one of them, right from the supplier to the distributor, that this is what is going to sell, this is what is the availability, and you people have to push only material which is available with us. That can only save this industry or any industry. Believe me, otherwise, we'll have heavy losses, not today, but after 6 months, everything is going to come back on us. Absolutely. So this is what my insight and experience is. Thank you.
So Namrata, it's already
just to add, it's okay. Just to add here, for the consumer perspective, Hitesh has explained nicely. Just for the project perspective, I would like to add here, because of this COVID situation, it has actually resulted in deep impact of forecasting of the products which we are basically buying and selling as a product, as a complete system to the customers. So it has actually, because of the fluctuations in the fuel prices and because of the currency fluctuations in the recent days, so it has really become...
Import prices have gone up. Shipping line prices have gone drastically up in almost all.
So because of those particular things, these two major factors, it has actually resulted into a lot of fluctuations, lot of variations in the investments which are being done by the customers for which we are doing the projects. So what we had projected 2 years back, the 3 years model or 5 years model, the things have got changed because of this COVID. But nevertheless, we also keep a hope that this will definitely improve, and we will again come back on the track, and at least some way, some method will be there to find out that how these things can be improved.
Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Anish. So Namrata, as already we are 4:51. Now, if you want us to answer any question, or maybe you can write back to us and then you can write back to audience, up to you.
Sure. So before wrapping up the session, I would request to all the panelists to smile so that we can take a smiling screenshot of the panel.
Okay, that's cool. Full smile, right? 100% smile.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I guess absolutely a big thank to all panelists. And in addition to panelists, we are first time meeting, I guess, today in this panel. And before that, we just had some WhatsApp chats. Now I also got 4 friends. And thanks, audience, for listening us. And we are sharing our emails with Namrata. Anyone need any help, any support, I am offering from Schneider Electric. We have 40 factories, 8 smart factories. Anytime, anyone want to visit our factories, most welcome. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Thanks, Namrata.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kailash, and all the panelists. Thank you, all the readers, for adding value to this forum with your insightful discussion. Now, we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is achieving a customer-centric and efficient supply chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Anirban Sayal from Century Plyboards, Sitaraman Srinivasan from Harman India, Nikhil Garg from Intex Technologies, Ramkesh Jangra from Erection, Ajay Agarwal from Furlenco.
Thank you, Namrata. Am I audible?
Yeah, Nirban.
Okay.
So you can start the session.
Thanks for the opportunity. I welcome Nikhil, Ramkesh, Sitaraman, and Ajay for this insightful session. And what you're trying to understand in this session is that the top is like when we are talking about the customer, that for any business, customer is the end of the day is the final point where we want to achieve our all the excellence, and we want to cater our customer to the full to get their attention, and end of the day to convert that attention into the sales or the service whatever we are offering to close that loop. So in the same platform, like if you want to understand like how, like if we are talking as a character, that as a customer centric approach, supply chain as a function, how it can add value and how can add growth to the business. If I try to open the session with Nikhil, if you can add on this topic.
So good evening everyone. So if like I have to start with this customer centric approach. If I talk about the customer centric approach in supply chain management, supply chain play a vital role in every organization nowadays. Being on a digital world nowadays, as technology has taken up and world is getting changed, business environment is getting changed drastically. So first thing which comes in my mind is to understand your customers. Who all are your customers? Which type of customer you are catering? Like if I talk about the on my per se, as I am taking care of consumer durable verticals, our prime customers are distributors, and their prime customers are dealers, and then the end customer. If the competitive markets, like we are competing with major Chinese players like TCL or Realme and MI or so on, so their priorities are to the end customer. So maybe we have a different strategy for the handling distributor as a prime customers, or they have a different strategy to handle the end customer on the digital platform, as they are majorly operating on digital platforms. So first step is to know what type of customer you are going to handle, or what type of customer you are going to cater in your supply chain management. Then you have a better strategy to cater to or fulfill their expectation in per se of supply chain management, better planning, better deliveries with hassle-free deliveries and all. So that is the one major note, that first to know your customer, the customer segmentation, what type of customer you are handling, and then you can meet the expectation of the customer.
So Nikhil, you are saying that is the first point, like that we first segment the customer to have that, to understand their need.
Yeah.
That what, because every customer will have a different set of need. So
yes,
to understand the need and then build on that.
Yes. Exactly.
So Ramkesh, what is your thought process on this? Like how to build the customer segmented strategies in a in an omni-channel kind of a situation.
Am I audible?
Yes, Ramkesh, you're audible.
See, again, this part of business is also very important to cover the entire market. One company or say any business houses need to have a very strong channel partnership and very strong channels, so as their product and service can reach to the targeted customers, and accordingly in reverse flow he get his payment and feedback on time and to the right person. Time to time we need to drive a very reliable and exciting channel, so as the flow of goods and services in whatever business you are, whether durable or so some other kind of business. Or if I talk about me, then I'm from telecom background. In telecom background also, we have a very limited number of customers. Our interaction or the channels should be very strong, and time to time we need to fuel it with various schemes and various business interest schemes and events and day-to-day interactions. And so as a reverse flow, we should know the all outputs from every channel partners to make our channel more stronger, more reliable, and to have a feel like we all are one and just filling the need of end customers.
So you are saying like that flow of goods and services is very important, and especially when the schemes or events are on the page. So
Right.
how like that when you are getting into when you're doing the segmentation, these elements plays what kind of role when you play
See, everyone has to play important role in business to uh, keep it continue and to increase it. And time to time, say different segments will have same or say different kind of channels depend on item and goods. What are the goods you do have? Whether you have multi-level channel or you have first level of channel, and that is getting to the end customers. Or if you are into such type of business where channel partner are of 2 3 levels, then the principal company has to reach all 1 2 3 level channels until end customers also. Every channel is important, and whatever setup you have as per your business needs, that need to drive with full energy and full feedbacks.
Yes, so I think that is a very important point what you are emphasizing, that energy and full feedback. So transparency may be one of the elements which is very important to ensure the confidence between the customer and the company.
Right.
So yeah, so Sitaram would like to take up on this point, like what is the role of transparency plays in a customer centric supply.
Thank you, Anirban. I hope I'm audible clear.
Yes, you are audible.
In terms of this transparency in supply chain, we can see it in two ways. One is on the upstream as well as in the downstream transparencies as such. Downstream transparency more towards when you're facing the customer centric, towards our primary customers and towards the end consumer also, right? How are we giving the assured deliveries and the assured quality as such of every product as such, right? In that way, if we can have a set of guidelines and give that across to the customers, that this is the deal that we are going through and everything, give them the complete visibility of what is happening, right? And when can we deliver and everything. So the complete information is available, which will also ensure that the end consumer also gets the complete flow. In terms of the upstream, because that's a very interesting topic which is going on with many of the corporates now, because with a lot of ethical practices flowing in, which is a norm now. So many of the companies are adopting to a supplier code of conduct and everything, where a lot of this forced labors and everything, because especially in consumer durables, which are manufactured in bulk and in volumes, so these tend to happen, right? So how do we address all these things with a vigorous vigilante as such, and as an approach with a lot of code of conduct based, a lot of norms like this SA 8000 social accountability norms as such. How do we follow the safety norms? How do we follow the health norms? Are they is there any conflict of interest in the upstream channels, in the vendor parts and everything? Are they following fair practices or not? Also on the waste management part, how are they effectively disposing all their manufacturing waste and everything? So these all are playing a lot of things in terms of having a sustainable manufacturing as such, which helps in terms of our supply chain also, so that we get reliable supplies from vendors. And this adds value to every company when they put across any products, that this is a sustainable product built on so and so practices as such, right? Instead of any kind of without unethical practices which is being followed, right, just for the sake of a product being built across.
Right. So, Siddharth, like when we are talking about the transparency, is it also something like that, the real-time visibility? So, if we are talking from a customer point of view, if he can understand that at what point of time he is going to get his delivery, at exactly where it is there, and what would be the cost structure, like we are talking about zero-based costing and profit sharing. So, is it also playing a role in terms of transparency when we're talking about customer-centric transparency?
Yes. So real-time visibility to customers as such can be enabled through digitization, right? once we have an active engagement between our customers so that they have the absolute visibility of what's happening to their orders and the flow of the lines and everything. So primarily on most of the customers, especially e-com and the primary distributor network, especially in the consumer durables industry, we are moving into this EDI formats as such, right? So where they have the visibility of the inventory, we have the visibility of their sales, sell through and everything. Data becomes very key for both the channels as such, for the customer as well as for us, in terms of keeping the flow intact.
Right. I think that's a good insight, because we need to understand what is happening, and in current digitalized world, I think everybody is well aware of the other side. So there is no more that my side you don't know and your side I don't know.
Yeah.
It's pretty transparent. So on this page, Ajay, what do you feel that what is the SNOP plays role in a customer-centric supply chain? How it add value to the entire environment?
Right. Hi. Good evening, everyone. So we know SNOP is a very basic process in the supply chain, right? It's sales and operation planning. But what I've observed, like in many industries, it has become merely a tick mark activity, where monthly people sit and will say, yeah, we have done the sales and operation planning and blah, blah, all demand forecasting are there. But we see reality, if we want to talk about superior SNOP planning, then it's very important. I think we have to go to a very basics of SNOP essence. Why this SNOP has been derived and why this process has been invented in the supply chain. Okay, so people have to first come back to the basic if you want to go to the superior SNOP process. What are the basic things in that? Like first, all the stakeholders, which are like sales and marketing, which represent the external world, okay, that how the customer inputs are there in terms of demands and forecasts, and the internal stakeholders, the entire operations, the supply chain, logistic teams, and finance team, all of them are sitting together. So first thing is that people need to be open and transparent if you want to do a superior SNOP process. It is very, very evident that many functions, they keep, say, sometimes the sales and marketing will put the lower forecast of demand. Okay, he will take the target itself, say 100, and then will try to achieve 110 and say we have done overdone on the targets. But this 10% of this additional create a lot of problems in the supply chain. Okay,
true.
A lot of firefighting happens, a lot of irritational in the customer side experience, if we say. So it is important that everybody is open and transparent, and to the best of their knowledge and the data analysis they have done so far, they should come in this supply chain process and share that data with the cross-functional team. That is a very basic, I think, for the superior supply chain process. The other thing is, I believe the important things to reach to a level of this good SNOP process is that people, all different functions are measuring their performance by some KPIs, key performance indicators, or KRA, key results areas. But most of the time, it is evident that these KPIs are not turning to the overall organizational goal objective. So the operation has one KPI, but it is nowhere related to the overall organizational goal. And the sales will talk in one language, and the operation will talk in one language, and the logistic people will talk in one language. So this, all the objectives need to be coming, like the company objective and this different function objectives, they are all aligned and explained in a very basic language to everyone. So what is meant for everyone? Okay. Then the third thing is like this particular thing in the SNOP process, it is very important that people need to understand that what is the impact of their action on the other functions. Okay.
Absolutely.
So that is very, very important, which most of the time people miss again in the SNOP process, that they just talk about their functions, that this is what is going to happen and this will happen. But how are we translating that for the other functions? So instead of working in a silo, people work on a more collaborative approach, then we will have a good SNOP process. So, and this is such an important process where like it is not only the strategy process, not only the execution, it's a wonderful mixture of both strategy and execution, where in the long-term SNOP process, people are talking about how the things will happen in 12 months to 24 months time period, how the organization should prepare well in advance for the future. At the same time, they are talking about in the short term tactical SNOP, that what is going to happen in the next 60 days, 90 days. So which is more on the detailed operational planning. So there are multiple layers are there. So all a good successful SNOP process need to have this element into that. So then it will become successful from a strategy to the execution part.
Right. Ajay. It's very close to my heart kind of a topic because for quite some time I'm managing the SNOP. You actually rightly mentioned that if we are not mature and transparent enough in that room, perhaps the bully effect starts from there itself, and then it goes to all direction.
Right.
I fully agree with you. And on this element, like as we are talking about the SNOP, one of the key elements is the inventory management, which is the offshoot of SNOP. One side is the availability management, and second is the inventory management. So, like Nikhil, what is your thought process? Say when we are talking about the inventory as a whole and optimizing for a planning point of view, how that plays a role an offshoot of these discussions and how it stands?
See, as Ajay has rightly mentioned about the SNOP processes, the half of the inventory management is based upon the demand planning, how accurate your demand planning is. And demand, when we talk about the demand planning determines and consists all of the three layer of things, not only that I need some material and I can give a demand planning. We have to consider the market demand, what customer are demanding. We have to consider all the second layer of stocks available at retailers or sub dealers and at the distributor level. And then we will have to be very transparent on 10% plus minus what Ajay was rightly pointed out, because that creates lots of hazards in between. So we will have to be very accurate in demand planning. So 50% of work of inventory planning is done through demand planning. If your demand planning is so accurate and you have considered all the 10% plus or minuses, looking at the festival season or looking at your over target, which you have given to field or that is going to achieve or over achievement. So if you that part is covered with all the supported data analysis and predictive analytics, then your inventory management is half of it is completed. And the inventory optimization is you will have to balance it through both of the part, whether if demands come, you should not be stocked out or you should not plan in overstock. Otherwise, your capital is going to be choked. So you will have to balance the dot with demand planning on the company benefits on and also to the customer expectation. You should not be stocked out at the moment, and you should have not choked your capital, working capital also at your stocks. So that is my view on the better optimized inventory planning. So you will have to back it by predictive and data analytics and all the unforeseen, like if I talk about the current scenario, market is very unpredictable. So you will have to play very smartly or optimize your stocks very smartly. So yeah.
So what to summarize, maybe last 15-20 minutes before like we take it forward, maybe a couple of key takeaway what I can note it down is that first of all, we like if we are to be customer centric, we need to understand the customer, and understanding the customer is not only at a macro level but at a micro level, at each segment level, maybe at geography level, maybe at demography level, maybe at ethnicity. There are different way we need to understand the customer, which end of the day converts their requirement as a near to reality demand, because obviously we all are in this industry and there may be nothing we can say is 100% accurate demand, but at least the close at can be to the real market demand. And once we have that, maybe the external one and internal one stands in a SNOP forum, maybe there is a nucleus of being a customer centric organization. where actually if we have a mature, transparent, and common goal, as Ajay rightly mentioned out, that KPI, what happens sometimes maybe the functional boundary makes us a decent trick. Like we are not focusing on a single point, maybe because of my personal KPI, maybe having a different KPI for the manufacturing. For him, maybe OE is more important. For me, is a smaller batch time is more important from a range availability point of view. So those kind of environment actually make the organizational goal is different than an individual KPI goal. So they start giving challenges. So if we have kind of a deep insight customer behavior on the table from the marketing side, and then sales comes up with all the schemes and the events and the festivals and all the seasonality factors comes on the page, and then the manufacturing teams put together, then it comes with a complete synergy which can deliver a customer-centric kind of environment, and organization can have a sustainable growth. Perhaps these are the points which came up in last 15-20 minutes. So if we have to take up, say, top 10 characters, like what could we to set a framework of a customer-centric companies, what should be the top 10 character if we have to see? What could be, Nikhil, to start with, what could be the point you feel that could be the one of the top characters should be for a customer-centric company?
First character should be clarity on the customer or buyer, you can say, the clarity of purpose of the buyer, that what is customer is looking after, what is demand is.
Okay, so you're saying basically that to analyze the demand, we need to understand the customer.
Yes.
That itself converts into the demand pattern, and we can predict far better that what could be the demand
so
on
that we
on
can
the market.
plan it in a better way to the fulfillment part or supply chain part, you can say.
And accordingly, you can plan your procurement and your separate different planning. So this is a very good point you picked up by Nikhil, that clarity, that what is the buyer is behaving and what is the. So to take it forward, like what could be the next point? Like, okay, you understood that this customer is looking for. So Ramkesh, what could be the next point which can build on this insight that we have the customer insight? What next for us? Ramkesh, you're on mute.
See, the first is find the need, which Ajay has explained. Then next is how to fulfill it. And for that, we need to take ownership of our products, the quality of products and channel.
Very important point, that taking ownership. You cannot leave it for somebody else. Your customer need, you have to pick up their ownership, and you have to realize that, and you have to deliver against that. So that is very important point, that ownership, because if we are to really stand on an excellence, then ownership is one of the key points. Yes, Rakesh, yeah, you want to develop something on this? You want to add something on this?
Neither is, you ask me, if I answer this, the second point is the ownership of the requirement of customers. Then it's our internal issue of the organizations, how to fill that need of customer.
Right. Makes sense. Make a lot of sense. So that these are the two key pillars to be, if you have to take the top pillar of a customer-centric approach. So, like Sitaraman, what could be the next point? Like, what you feel that could be another game changer to be a customer-centric organization?
See, if we have to be customer-centric, we have to be flexible and agile, right? So, because whatever demand forecasting S&OP process, however robust it will be, right? There can always be the 10 to 15% chances that where the fluctuations will be there, right? We need to have a agile and a flexible mechanism to get those 10 to 15% also delivered, right? So if we have that flexibility, we have to build that robustness within our supply chain so that we can deliver on the 10%, 15% also, because that purely depends on the company's revenue. How are we improving the overall organization health as such in terms of the EBIT, profitability and everything, right? So this flexibility will allow us as an organization, right, to build that across.
Fair enough. It's a very important point, that flexible and agile, because we have to behave according to the customer need. We cannot determine in most of the segment. There is no more Ford means is a black. There is no more a Ford black. It is now it's red, yellow, green. Anything could be the customer requirement. We have to serve them. We cannot determine that what they want. It's a very important point. So, like I understand that yes, we have to be flexible and we have to be agile. How the cost play a role? Like Ajay, if you want to like to add that, what could be the cost plays a role in this?
Right. I think it is very important to look into this point, which is the cost. Okay. But then what happened most of the time, the companies on the supply chain side work on the average cost. Okay. So if they are having a supply chain cost, say managing a warehouse, logistic and all that, the cost is 10 lakh rupees a month, and they are shipping 10,000 products in a day or in a month, they will say, okay, it is 100 rupees per piece is coming. Okay, which is the average cost, even for a smaller thing also, for a larger thing also. But this is not the right way, I feel. I think the most important thing is that we shall look into the cost to serve. Okay, which is this method, which is called CTS, cost to serve, which is a very data driven approach. And this is quite different from the law of average. Okay, where for each customer category and product category, the entire supply chain cost is worked out starting from the very individual, you're from supplier, bringing the things from your supplier. If you're doing any value addition in the manufacturing or doing any processing, packaging, from that to the supplying to the customer, even including the return cost of that, servicing cost of that. So keeping everything in that, that becomes the cost to serve. So if the companies are working on this cost to serve model, they will be able to understand which are the product categories where they are having gaining the maximum profits, or they are having erosion of the profits are there in terms of which is bringing down their entire average. And there they can work on a different approach altogether. Okay. They can modify their entire supply chain if they have this kind of understanding for different product categories or for a different customer segment. So to add more on this, just to like, if we don't look into this holistic cost to serve, the sourcing team will work on their own MOQ that this is the minimum order quantity I need to order. Okay. Whatever the manufacturing need, I have to order this MOQ, and he's not looking, even if we pay 2 paisa extra and bring the required thing, it is better than bringing instead of 100 pieces in the system and then keep the inventory. Absolutely. What is the minimum batch size the operation shall take it? Okay, so he's looking into his cost only, not looking entire cost to serve, that what should be the best size of that entire system. The truck utilization, the logistic will always talk about, okay, I will look into the truck utilization, CFD, it should be 90% and 80%. I don't want to send any air in the truck. Everything should be filled with material. But he's not looking whether how much he's sending, whether it's required at that point of time, how much loading cost is going in that. Then the inventory cost, the packaging cost. So this all of these things need to be considered, and then the company should work out the cost to serve. That is the most important thing. And the companies who will be able to work on this, they will have a much better clarity on their entire supply chain cost.
Makes sense. Ajay, I think again you are touching point that same thing, that individual care is sometimes is playing a role compared to the overall goal, and sometimes we miss those holistic approach and kind of syncing or across the functions rather than having only functional goal from a micro view than to have a macro view.
So just to add on this, like usually I've seen like supply chain is now more restricted in terms of seeing is, okay, the goods need to be brought and goods need to be delivered. This is altogether is the supply chain. When you say supply chain, it's, if you see from in the lean also, supply chain starts from customer and so start from supplier and end to the customer. Everything which is all the activities which are happening is actually a supply chain. So supply chain has to look much beyond than the individual functions and those individual KPIs and KRAs.
So I'll take a minute on this topic. So do you think that post-COVID, the importance of supply chain had been increased compared to pre-COVID scenario?
I think, in my perspective, supply chain been always an important function to the organization.
Absolutely, but if
ignored.
Relative way, if you take say in a relative way.
But ignored. Okay, it is like, see, in many industries and many companies, even they call it a support function also. Okay,
true.
Sales and marketing is the forefront function, and the supply chain is the support function. So supply chain being important now post-COVID. Once this supply chain disruption happened, we see the sea freights have gone up out of the sky. Okay,
yes.
The $800 container has gone to $3,000 from China and $4,000 per shipment. And there's absolutely abruption is there in terms of supply chain availability. A lot of components are not there. This is not available. Now people have started looking into I need to do so much of planning and do it into a different way, and supply chain is important. So that focus is coming more now. But historically, if you say any successful organization on the earth, if you see, they are the one who are able to have the robust supply chain in their process. They are the one who are able to crack this problem.
Absolutely.
This is a problem I still unsolved for many of the industry type.
I agree. I agree. I'm full sync with your statement. So on this, whatever we able to get an insight. So, like, what is the focus? Like when we talk about focus, like in this customer-centric supply chain platform, what is the focus? How the focus plays a role in this, Nikhil? Like if you add on this.
See, if you're saying your supply chain is customer focused, okay, so you are starting from the endpoint, okay, from where you are going to supply all the things. Now you have to bring the same focus from this customer focus this information has to translate to up till the level of supplier. This is what is going to bring the major difference, because you are saying your customer focused. You want to supply the material to the customer real-time basis, say like a big e-commerce company, the order has come on the real-time data basis. We want to do the processing. Even I've come to know now companies like Amazon, they have started doing predictive supply chain also. Okay, where they know based on the demand AI data analysis that this mobile is going to be sold 10 numbers into this particular zone. So they will ship the 10 pieces without knowing the customer name. And by the time it reaches there, they will have the order and they will then say, okay, but you ordered 6 p.m. and I will deliver by 9 p.m. Okay, so these things are happening. So it is important that this customer wala thing that we connect back to that supplier teams and every function in that. Then only I think it will become more customer centric.
Understood. Ajay.
So,
Nikhil, you would like to add anything on this? Like you feel that like a clear focus can bring more value from the organization?
Yeah, as we are talking about the customer centric approach, the focus, outcome focus is the the last desired thing which we want. Like as Ajay has mentioned in last discussion, the scorecards will not help if we cannot bring customer delight or a smile on customer faces, which means we have to check end-to-end process from supplier ends to it when it reaches to customers, and customer reliability on the company. If suppose we are talking about any online platform or general trade, the brand reliability is the key of measuring the customer delight or customer trust on the brand. So we will not have to stick only on the scorecards or the KPIs. We will have to check the customer delights or customer reliability on the brand. So that is the focus we should have in mind while dealing with the supply chain management, customer-centric supply chain management.
Right. So while we are talking about a customer-centric supply chain, and I have mentioned like that there are functional boundaries and the different KRAs plays a role. So Ramkesh, would you like to give kind of some insight on that, the alignment between the different teams, how it plays a role, and is there any value comes out if we like alignment, how it plays the role in this customer-centric supply chain?
See, for customs and supply chain, these the different functions alignment is just kind of our car. If race and clutches are not into aligned, then our vehicle cannot move, or definitely it will meet to some accident. To have a successful business houses, it is very mandatory that all functions are aligned as smooth as possible, so as one get something, some information or some any kind of alert. The second organization or second function get updated themselves. If I ask or I say specifically alignment between operation and commercials, in many durable or organizations, durable product organizations, these are few company are handled by one person or say one department itself, and there are companies who have created different department, one commercial department and another is supply or say logistics. If we see about the activity of the organizations which are performed by these two specifically, then commercial or say the department is generally taking care of compliance, GST, taxation, custom duty, import export duties, and their periodic returns filing and filing of various reports to the government statutory bodies, then inventory reports, pricing, invoicing, supply and logistics, reverse logistics, inventory managements. Accordingly, we divide this activity among one function or to another functions. Then definitely these all are working just like a number combination lock. If all number of the lock are matching, only then you are able to open the lock. Otherwise, it's not a simple key. You just put the key and move it, and your lock is getting opening.
Very insightful two words actually. That one is the combination between clutch and accelerator, and the the lock combination. Absolutely, I think it's a very important factor which Mukesh touched upon, that the commercial, because supply chain is cannot function without a seamless commercial support, and there are many activities are directly involved with commercial activities, and there it has to be the desired syncing is needed, so that we can, the time could be a challenging factor if we are not able to commercially compliance, and it can end up in heavy penalty, and we may end up not delivering the right product at the right time. So definitely it plays a lot of role. So like when we are talking about the processes, when we are talking about, so whatever we are doing end of the day, that need to be converted into an SOP or kind of a written down processes. So how building a process plays a role in this. I will request Sigaraman to add a few words on this topic.
See, for every organization that has a robust supply chain, right? It cannot be built on the conventional mechanism of supply chain. That's no longer there, because what you have as a product which you can market out, once you build a product and then go to the market and then go to the for the sales and everything, that mechanism no longer exists. Now most of the supply chain is on demand driven basis, so we have to have a outside to inside model as such, where most of the companies are now, as Ajay mentioned, one of the point, most of the companies now have built in the capability of predictive analytics, right? Where a customer demand is being analyzed and predicted, so that the required inventory is placed across in a particular store or a channel across. That's the way we have to build our supply chain also, to build our own inventory, right? Based on the demand, once you have the data analyzed, if we can get hold of channel inventory data, your sell through, sell out data from the channels, which can drive the demand forecast, which will help us to build a robust inventory, right? That's how the mechanism should now work on. The process should now be set forth, because in the post-pandemic, especially, the demand has risen tremendously in many of the consumer durables, consumer electronics products as such, right? So to mitigate all those high demand, if we don't have a predictive analytics, it becomes really difficult for us to gauge and then turn the ship immediately for getting the stocks across, right? It will take at least there is a lead time for us to build those inventory across, right? At least 30 days, 60 days, or 3 months based on the inventory lead times. And with the electronic shortages, what we are having, the chip global shortages and everything, container shortages, what we are having, we have, if we don't have this across the demand, predictive based demand built across, it will be very tough going forward to build across the inventory to cater to the market.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So when we are talking about process, when we are talking about commercial, I think end of the day that converts into the order processing, because how fast we can, process the order, and how, the reliability on in terms of order processing, I think plays a major role. What do you think, Ajay? Is it the right statement or is it a wrong statement? What is your take on this statement?
So reliable order process, right? Very important for any company. But now, again, what happened in this topic is very close to my heart, because like I have heard in the previous panel also, people spoke about digitization, Industry 4.0, and this is a need of an hour. Because if you see historically also, so far in my 20 years of experience, I have experienced that the most difficult thing to get in an organization is information. Okay. People says that we have so much of data, so much of information are being captured into different format, into different places, whether it's a demand forecasting or it's a planning SNOP done, or like production planning done. A lot of things are being done, but these are all again working independently, most of the places, right? Even by putting the best of the ERP system, even if you can tell me a name of the organization where people are not using Excel file and working out and taking out the reports after having best of the system, I would like to go there and see them and sit with them and understand how they are doing. So information management, we have put a lot of lean manufacturing processes on the material management. It is important now, it's a time that we all shall work on this implementation of iLean, which is information lean, that how the entire information is flowing. Is there a proper value stream mapping has been done? Because if you see value streaming mapping also, people will put the information on the top, but more and less they will talk about the material flow in the value stream mapping, and they will talk about which are the bottlenecks, where they will have the kaizens and all that. So information flow is the most critical part in this entire order processing. If you have the right information flow starting from customer, and then it is coming to the order processing, and then it is this information in the right manner is going to your suppliers also, to your production floor also, I think a lot of the supply chain problems can be solved.
Makes
this
sense.
is the area where need a lot of supply chain.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Just to take half a minute, that a couple of weeks back, I was presenting SNOP in IMI. So someone actually asked me, sir, what are the tools you use to make the best of the SNOP? I said Excel. So I can see the the disappointment in the eyes of the youngsters, that they were expecting some high-end software name or SAP UP or so they are expecting something a bit jazzy kind of a word. But the reality, perhaps at the end of the day, the data does not is equal to information. To convert the data into information, end of the day, perhaps still the usage of Excel is still on a day-to-day basis. We are having a greater usage of Excel. So in this context, if I have to understand from Nikhil and Ramkesh, that cross-functional liaising, how plays a role? Yes, we heard about we talked about the commercial and I think cross-functional liaising also plays a greater role in this being a customer-centric organization, supply chain function.
Yeah, cross-functional listening is very important and very vital in succeeding any organization. As we end of the day, all of us are working towards the common organization goals. So let's say I'm giving an example. If a sales guy has to make an order and to bill to a distributor, he has a different perspective to achieve his target. But commercial guy have a different perspective or different thing to how to make a load of vehicle and deliver to that customer. Same, the account department has a different angle of looking on that whether the party is not in overdue, where money is not going to stuck up and all. So we will have to, while making an order, the salesperson or I can say a sales guy has to listen all the perspective of commercial, whether the vehicle load is getting completed or not, whether it is costing more to the company in terms of commercials and supply chain, whether the accounts is clear or money is going to come or not, whether this material is demanding in market, whether it moved to secondary dealers or getting sold to customers, and money will bring back. So listening to the cross-functional team is very important aspects when we are talking about common organizational goals. So we will have to, understand the other department or cross-functional departments aspects too, and introspect that in your things. Then only we will be able to achieve the common goal, which is common objective for the organizations.
Right.
Just to add, Anirban, I very much fond of the 7 habits which are appearing in your background. Here, every department has to sharpen the saw after every interval of time. As I mentioned, the entire organization, or say entire business is running on Excel file, despite having so many ERPs and apps and tools and so many blah blah things. We need to sharpen the saw. All functions, all team members, time and again has to meet, has to arrange parties, do lots of OBTs. Only then they are socially together, then they are functionally together as well.
Absolutely. So we are almost in the end of the session. So if I have to just for a wrap up, like what could be the moments of truth? Like if I request Sitaram and Ajay to add, like what could be the moments of truth if you want to be a customer-centric organization?
Ultimately, we are all bound by KPIs, right? We are all driven by KPIs. At the end of the day, cost really matters for supply chain, and ensuring that everything is delivered at the customer's end. If you have the right mix of portfolio of the products built across your channel at the right cost, not building your inventory at the cost of air freight and everything. So if we can have that built across, that's the final result as such, which is expected from supply chain team as such, right? So that we ensure that till the last mile delivery, we have to ensure that it goes across to the end consumer as the way it was manufactured originally and intended for the customer, right?
Right. So Ajay, would like to add anything on this?
Yes. So for me, like I always see, like if you want to delight our customer, if you want to provide them a good customer-centric supply, it is very important that we keep our supply chain very simple. Okay, we should make complex things to make the system simple. Not this complex thing should make the system complex. So whatever way you want to create good softwares, good processes in build, they are complex for the user. It should make the life simple. Then only we'll be able to handle the customer requirements, understanding the ground realities, what is customer is requiring, at what moment he requires, and we fulfill it completely, whatever he wants, in a quality products we supply to him. So that is why if we are able to achieve that, that is for me, it's a moment of truth. Then we can say ourselves a successful supply chain professional if we are able to achieve that 100%.
So it's kind of a OT for us, that on time in full. That is the more
on time in full with quality, because right.
It's nice actually. So I try to note down the points, like if you have to pick up or at least the top 10 things. So what I can see that it's clearly coming out that clarity of the purpose of the buyer, to understand the buyer, that what we are looking for, and to ownership of the channel, like to drive reliability and excitement, what Ramkiji is talking about. And what boils down to that segmented customer strategy, because there's no more we can prepare anything for a general. So it has to be customer specific at different line level, different location level. It has to be customized. So as much customized we can do, perhaps we will be at more flexible and agile, as Sitaraman rightly mentioned, which comes to very important point, that cost to serve. And cost to serve, when Ajay is mentioning that it is not averaging out, it has to be very data driven, it has to be very informative decision. It should not happen that we are managing one end and we are very big in another end. And that drives into clear focus. Like once we are putting a focused approach to overall end to end, all the elements comes together with a clear focus and the alignment between different functions, especially with commercial, I think, and the robust SNOP process, which can ensure that the right customer need can be fulfilled in right time with right quality. Ajay, it's very important that while we're talking about the OT, if we forget the quality elements, but it is most important thing, whether we can deliver in right time, right quantity, but if the quality is not, then still it's a zero. There is, and today's customer is between 0 and 1. It's coming to a binary. Either I accept or I don't accept. There's no partial acceptance per se, and which can be built up on a reliable order processing, that we keep on ensuring that the order processing is doing at the moment of truth, and we are ensuring that exactly what is needed, when it is needed, and how it's needed is been getting catered. I think these are the top characteristics should be there for a customer-centric companies, or per se the function as a supply chain is coming out clearly. On this note, I think we are almost end of the session. So we'll open for the session for any question answer. Anybody want to ask anything to the panelists? Namrata, any question is there from anyone else?
Yes, there are audience questions. So first question from audience from Rohit Singh. He's asking how to create a customer-centric strategy for your business.
See, I think we try to address those points, like how to do a customer-centric strategies for a business, because these are the characteristics what we are talking about. These are the going to form a strategy. So when any strategy gets prepared, it takes care of these elements, that who is my customer, what they are looking for, what cost we can serve to them, and basis this we can add the strategy. But I'll request anyone from the panel who would like to add on this.
I'll just add on to what Anirban mentioned. I think customer profiling is a key part in building this customer-centric supply chain as such. Based on the needs of the customer and how well the customer is, based on that, we will have to define our supply chain processes also accordingly, right? Not everyone gets the same service as such as we want to. It will also purely depend on the profitability of the overall business as well.
Right. I hope it answers the query.
Yeah. The second question from Sumit Kumar, he's asking what realistic benefits do you expect to get from a moving to a customer-centric supply chain model?
I'll request from anyone from panelists who would like to take this question.
Sorry, Namrata, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I also did not got.
Yeah, sure. I'm repeating the question. The question is from Sumit Kumar. He's asking, what realistic benefits do you expect to get from moving to a customer-centric supply chain model?
So as Ajay had mentioned, right, the moment of truth is what is a benefit, right? If we can enhance the customer experience in a way when we are evolving this entire supply chain process towards a customer-centric process, it will improve the overall customer experience and ultimately build over the revenue for the organization also. That's the overall benefit that we will gain on moving to this customer-centric supply chain process as such.
Yes, and on top of that, Sitaraman, what he said, I want to add one point, that a delightful customer bring us one more customer, but an unhappy customer ensure that we lose 10 customers. So it is kind of a 10x kind of a relation when we are having a one unhappy customer. So when we are talking about a customer-centric supply chain, it is ensured we should need to ensure that every customer is happy. that will give us a sustainable growth, and that will build the confidence. But at the same time, we need not to forget that the unhappiness plays a much bigger role. So if today I am not happy with some company, I will go and I'll talk with 10%. But if I'm happy, perhaps I'll go for 1%. So this is very important to ensure that we takes care of the customer need and their service, specifically when we are in service industry. Perhaps it is more important, because it's very, as is saying, that moment of truth, that if today you need something, tomorrow you may not need, but this experience will carry for quite some time. So it is more important that we have a customer centric supply chain approach, and we ensure that customers are happy.
I will just add to this. If the supply chain is not customer centric, believe me, it will not exist then after some time. Because the entire purpose of the supply chain is to serve the customer, to serve the product or to serve the services to the customer. The end goal is only the customer satisfaction. Okay. While you are doing that, you have created all this entire function of the supply chain. So you understand this much better in holistic view, all the functions, and everything collaborate together, and at the end, you are able to serve the customer. So this is the benefit, is that supply chain will only exist if we are customer centric.
So Namrata, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Next question is from Piyush Goyal. He's asking, have you analyzed the market to see how sensitive or cost efficient it is to move to a greater customer centricity?
So I think it depends on market to market and from organization to organization, based on your competitor and the market, how is it being driven across, especially with the promotions and the seasons in time, right? I think every organization does that once in a while. I don't think it is a very robust process as such, but it is a value add if it is being done on a regular basis by every organization.
And on top of that, Sitharaman, what he said, see, there are companies who really keep this as one of the top KPI or the top management level review, because there are companies who has only customers, and like, for example, all your e-commerce. So if they are not today, we are not getting a pizza itself, for example, a pizza company, if you're not getting a 30 minutes, that is a USP. And that is depending on the inter-supply chain only. There is nothing else, that what is the position of their store and what is the catchment area they are trying to cater, and what is the time motion study they have done. This is that they are promising. So if, like, depending on the sector, depending on the industry we are into, the frequency of this checking may be different, but this is one of the key parameter in many of the industries, especially who are in service industry, which plays a big role to ensure that real-time delivery, real-time visibility, fully transparent costing. So definitely, there is a constant checking happens.
Can I add something?
Sure, Pardon.
Yeah. Okay. So although I'm not part of the panel discussion, but
Absolutely
I can contribute to it. See, fundamentally, there's been a shift how customers are being looked after. Earlier, it was just the responsibility of the sales and the marketing to handle customers. However, with the advent of e-commerce coming into this system, where the face of the enterprise is supply chain, CRM became a very important part of the supply chain. So every supply chain, whether it is B2B or B2C, has now been geared up to handle customer satisfaction and the very centrality of customer. The existence of an enterprise is because of its customer, B or C, it doesn't matter, right? So fundamentally, and in a highly competitive environment, it is very important who delivers, ensures the customer is happy.
Absolutely. Thanks, Pranal, for your input. Yeah, any other question, Amrita?
Next question from Mohit Gautam. He's asking how to adjust or build supply chains that meet the specific demands downstream?
Can you just repeat the question?
Yeah. How to adjust or build supply chains that meet the specific demands downstream?
I think that is the nucleus of the entire supply chain, like to manage the downstream and upstream information in the same page. And the first point for us during the discussion when we are talking about that the quality of the downstream, when downstream is basically your supply, can be it will be determined by the quality upstream. So upstream is the information. So the better information we are having from the market or from the environment or from the geography or demography, that converts into better downstream service. So it is heavily, it's a decently dependent on the upstream inputs. So, and Ajay, you would like to add anything on this? Or for that matter, anybody like Nikhil or Sridhar?
So as you mentioned, Anirban, for building a very robust downstream visibility, right? As we mentioned earlier, data-driven analytics helps us to build a very robust supply chain for that, right? Though there are not an integrated tools where you can have everything as a holistic view, but there are segmented tools available, like in SAP, there is IBP for your demand forecasting, but for analytics, there are different platforms. How do you bridge this together and then build the entire visibility for your customers? That's up to every organization, how they can build it across. But it involves time, effort, and investment for us to get this all together in a holistic view.
I want to add what Sitaraman said on this. So it is very important to keep your downstream updated on the how flow is going on. But for that, you should have all the information of upstream available with you, whether in a different tools or an integrated tool, that doesn't matter. But you should have all the inputs available to update the downstream. And communication is the very necessary to make a customer delight. Whether you are delivering a day late, you should inform customer in advance so that it doesn't make him awkward. So communication to downstream is very important, but you should have all the upstream information with you.
Will that answer the question?
Yeah, last question from audience, from Hemant Malhotra. He's asking, what are the technologies that enable smart supply chain management?
So I would like to take this question because you touched upon on this point.
Yeah, can you just repeat the question, Namrita?
What are the Namrita?
What are the technologies that enable smart supply chain management?
Okay. So my answer is going to be very simple. There are multiple platforms will be available. Okay. The multiple ERP system will be available. I always believe and advocate of that. We shall make our things simple. Okay. It should be from an approach that all the different functions are transparently able to share their data and the informations can be shared. It is the most important thing for the supply chain that the real-time informations are available and the data are available for everyone who need to see that data and in an analytical way. Okay, it's not the raw data. So whatever tool or technology platform you use, it is important that you are having the information available in the simplest form, which is useful for the function to take the decision, and the function can take the decision which is more of customer centric, and all the processes are skewed towards that. Other than like if we'll put as Sitaraman also said, there are multiple segmented technology platforms are available. If people are keep using this on to their segment and the things are not collaborative at the end, and at the end overall picture is not coming from a customer point of view, then there's no point of all this having different things in place.
Okay, so these were only the questions from the audience.
Thank you, Namita. I would like to thank all the panelists to spend the time and to help us to understand and
Here you're muted,
characteristics. Hello.
Yeah, Nirvan, continue.
Yeah. So I'd like to thank all of you to be part of this, and also I'd like to thank Cornel for add your valuable input in the last phase of the discussion. It's really wonderful to be part of this purpose and part of the session.
So before wrapping up the session, I would request all the panelists to smile so that we can take a smiling screenshot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Namita, thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Anirban, and everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Nice talking to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all the esteemed leaders for making this discussion rich with your thoughts. Now, the most awaited moment has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are India's most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, procurement, technology, marketing, organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Let's start the celebration with the first award for Supply Chain Project of the Year Durables 2021, which goes to Dixon Technologies. I request Vikash Juneja to receive the award and speak a few words on this achievement. Vikas, I think you're in mute. Vikas, you are mute. You are not audible. We can take this award at last. Next award for Woman Leader of the Year, Supply Chain Durables 2021 goes to Shrishti Gupta from Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals. I request her to receive the award and speak few words on this.
So thank you, Namrata, and thank you to the Inflection team for recognizing the effort. I would say that this is the really good time for a supply chain professional to be in, because this particular post-COVID scenario has given us so much of a learning, and upcoming supply chain, the need of ours is being agile, being responsive to the customer-centric need, and being world class, because India is having a lot of opportunities for development. So I am hoping that in future we'll be having many more such events wherein we'll be sharing our experiences. So thank you to the team, thank you for the panel discussion, and thanks once again, Namrata.
Congratulations, Shrishti, good job. Now let's capture this happy moment. Thank you. Next award for Most Innovative Procurement Leader of the Year, FMCG 2021, goes to Ravindranath Divi from ITC Foods. I request Mr. Ravindranath to come and speak few words on this achievement.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. And thanks, Namrata, and thanks, Alden Global, and then the Inflection Awards to give me the prestigious award. And last year, and even the current year, is the most challenging year for any supply chain or procurement guys. Because all of you are aware what happened from 2020. All of a sudden, there was huge. People have locked down. First time, I think, in our whole lifetime, people have heard about what is lockdown, and then started immediately. And then being in the FMCG sector and being in the products what we are in. So from the day one, it was a huge challenge, even with the administration and with the people. But however, we are able to manage. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ms. once again, for giving the award.
Congratulations, Ravindra. Let's capture this happy moment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Next award for Diversified Logistics Provider of the Year 2021, which goes to Inland World Logistics. I would like to call Shashi Sharma to receive the award and share his views on this achievement.
Thank you, Namrata. Thanks, Inflection team and all the jury members for recognizing Inland World Logistics for Diversified Logistics Company. During this lockdown, we have strengthened all the segments, FTL, Super ODC, 3PL, movement by VPU, parcel trains, and we have also loaded 3 direct trains for Bangladesh. And the beauty of our Super ODC cargo was this: we have delivered 3 different consignment to our prestigious Sansthan ISRO. ISRO has not only appreciated the inland strength, they have also given us the new business opportunity from their multiple locations. So we are thankful to all of you for keeping us vibrant. This award लेने से केवल आज के लिए ही नहीं, हमें ये भविष्य के लिए मजबूर हो जाते हैं कि इससे बेटर क्वालिटी मेंटेन करें. Thank you.
Congratulations, Shashi. Keep up the good work. I request you to kindly smile so that we can take a happy screenshot. Come closer to your camera because you're not properly visible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next award goes to Bosch for Excellence in Supply Chain Planning, Building Solutions 2021. I request Anish Gambhir to come and receive the award.
Yeah, hello, good evening. First of all, thank you so much for the award. And I really thank Alden Inflection team and Namrata for giving the opportunity to us for this award. So with the current situation of pandemic, we had really faced a lot of problems in the past 3 years. And this particular year, it was very tough for us. And that's what we had planned. for our future business. So we had a really tough time to select the good suppliers, and but thankfully with our proper planning of digitization, it has really come up in a good way. Thank you so much for this award, and it will definitely boost up the further.
Great, Shivani. Let's capture this happy moment. Thank you. Next award goes to Spot On Logistics for excellence in managing SC solutions during the pandemic. Logistics 2021. I request Reena to come and receive the award. Reena, please speak 100 words on this achievement.
Thank you, Namrata. Thank you to the jury, and thank you to the organizers. Well, like the award itself says, it is excellence in managing the supply chain solutions during pandemic. Like we've heard most of the panelists speak about the tough times, the unprecedented times that we've seen during COVID. We were all hit by something that we were absolutely not aware of how to handle. But I think we as an organization, we basically rose up to the hour, and right from basically maintaining safety for our employees and for the staff, it was very clear that customer delight is something that we basically can't forego even at these tough times. So business continuity, keeping business continuity in mind, we continue to deliver. We basically digitization and technology have been the keywords. We've all agreed, we've all spoken about it. And Spot On similarly did deploy a lot of technology solutions, right, from artificial intelligence to keep the safety of its employees and the consignments. And we did what we had to do to ensure that business continuity was maintained. And we delivered right from essential to non-essential. We continue to deliver as was required, right from medicines to pharma to all the industries. We continue to do what we did. And so I would like to thank everybody in the panelists, amongst everybody in the audience. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Reena. I request you to smile so that we can capture this happy moment.
Thank you, Namrata.
Thank you, Reena. Take care.
Thank you.
Award for Best Procurement Team of the Year, FMCG 2021 goes to ITC Foods. I request Pallav Sharma to receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
Good evening, Namrata. Thank you very much to your jury, the Inflection team, on this recognition. And ITC Food Business Division in this COVID year has done the highest turnover since its inception. And on behalf of ITC's Food Business Division, I thank you very much for the recognition. It has been a very tough year, and I think as a team, as a procurement team, we have been able to achieve all the required turnover without any disruptions, and we were able to maintain the continuity of all our production plants all across the country, and without any major disruptions. So this was really a very big achievement for our team, and we have been able. We with this learning, we expect to be focused and maintain the same in the coming years. Thank you.
Congratulations, Pallav.
Thank you, Namrata.
I request you to so that we can take your screenshot. Thank you. Best Customer-Centric Supply Chain Consumer Goods 2021 goes to Hamilton Housewares. I request Rajat to come and speak few words on this achievement.
Thank you, Namrata, and thank you, Alden, for this award. I think customer centricity perhaps is one of the basic elements of supply chains, and I think we've all discussed a lot about it in all the panels. We're very, very happy to be receiving this recognition, especially because it forms a core part of our strategy. As I could imagine is true for a lot of other organizations. We would want to take this opportunity, in fact, to invite all our partners and customers in order to experience our products more and more and share feedback with us. And I share this award with all my partners, all the warehousing, freight, B2C, B2B, CRM partners, all the partners who've enabled us to kind of achieve this status. And we would definitely do our best to retain the position. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, Rajat. I request you to smile so that we can take a happy screenshot of yours. Thank you. Next award for Cold Chain Solution Provider of the Year Packaging 2021 goes to TPC Packaging, GCCS Australia subsidiary. I request Matt to come and receive the award.
Thank you very much. Thank you for Inflection Awards. We really appreciate this award. I'd like to thank all of our team in India, particularly Mr. Arnold George, who is our General Manager there in India. I'd like to thank all our operations team for putting together a magnificent product throughout India. Our team have shown tremendous improvements in innovation, new technologies, and very environmentally sustainable packaging for cold chain. So I'd like to thank everyone very much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Matt. I request you to smile so that we can capture this happy moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next award for Startup of the Year Supply Chain Solutions 2021 goes to We Procure Enterprises. I request Atul Holkar to receive the award and share his thoughts on this achievement.
Thank you, Namrata. And thank you so much, Inflection, for giving us this award. Firstly, we are startup just by an organization, but we are veterans in supply chain. And in We Procure, besides consulting, we train, support, and help organization becoming more profitable. We are hardcore supply chain professionals who always were on the other side for decades. And now we decided to help our own brothers in our tribes of supply chain to help them become more sustainable and be successful. So thank you so much once again, Inflection, for this great award.
Congratulations, Atul. Good job. I request you to smile so that we can capture this happy moment. Thank you. Next award for Outstanding Green Procurement Initiative of the Year 2021 goes to ITC Foods. I request Sarvesh to come and receive the award.
Yeah, hi, good evening to all, and thank you very much, Eldon, for this prestigious award.
And a couple of things, as everyone is aware, we are going through a very tough time and where the entire supply chain is getting disrupted. Of course, with the availability part. But second, the major concern that we are facing are the inflation that we are hovering on, where the inflation is going in and increasing day by day. So, of course, with this green initiative, we have taken some steps where we are able to curb our costs and control our things so that we are well within our top line as well as the bottom line. So that this basically helps a business to grow. And thank you very much for appreciating the efforts. Once again, thank you so much. Thanks, Namrata.
Congratulations, Sarvesh. I request you to kindly smile so that we can take a smiling screenshot of yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can, Vikas, are you there on the call?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So, Priyanka, Dixon Technology slide, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir.
Okay. The last award for the day for Supply Chain Project of the Year, Durables 2021, goes to Dixon Technologies. I request Vikas to receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
Thanks, Namrata. Thanks, Inflection team, for giving us this recognition. And I appreciate all the panelists who shared insight about the supply chain, the dynamics, that pre-COVID, post-COVID, and it's been a tough journey for, I believe, for all of us supply chain executives. And would like to dedicate this award to my team, my superiors, my juniors, and nevertheless the career warriors, COVID warriors who are working day and night for the well-being of the people. And thanks again for the Inflection team.
Thank you, Vikas. I request you to kindly smile so that we can take your happy screenshot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all the awardees out there. Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for sharing your content and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. See you at our next Supply Chain Web Conference and Awards South online on 14th October 2021. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Take care.